Hey guys, good to see you here on this Friday evening. You know what today is? Yeah, it's March 14th, but it's also Pi Day. Pi Day, P-I-D-A-Y, Pi Day, 3.14. So, whenever I think about Pi Day, think about Linda Monge, work with out there at the college, if I could talk. I just drank this water too, by the way. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, let's get down to the skinny here. Obviously, we're here. Obviously, the reason why I'm live streaming here is because of severe weather. We've already got some storms over there in Missouri, the west side of St. Louis, under the gun with an observed tornado. We'll get to that here in a moment. The Chesterfield area, St. Charles. These storms approaching St. Louis. I mentioned here that I was going to be going live when we started seeing storms fire up in St. Louis. Well, we do have some storms firing up, this time over in Perryville, Pinckneyville area. And we're going to get to the radar here in just a moment. We'd like to mention a few housekeeping things here. One is for those of you that are on here for the first time, I'd like to mention I am not a meteorologist. I'm not licensed. I enjoy tracking storms as a hobby. It's something that I've done for years. I go back to my days working in radio where I did severe weather coverage. I've covered storms that were nasty, covered storms that caused damage, and even storms that claimed lives. And the thing is, I'm also a tornado survivor, and I relay information in the fastest way I can to keep you guys informed ahead of the storm. And this is an event that it's been talked about for days. You know, you go back to earlier this week when we were underneath a 30% chance of severe weather. Fast forward to today, and you can see why. Also, if the power or internet goes down, so does the stream. So I apologize if it may be storming outside and all of a sudden the power were to go out and the stream were to go down. I apologize for that. It does happen though. So, but my goal is to inform you and let you know what's going on ahead of the storm. And also, I may have some people in the live chat, and I may not answer all the questions here. May give you a shout out as well. You can say hi if you want. But in terms of relaying information, I'm going to be focused on that. So I apologize if it feels like I'm turning you off, but it's like the matter of the fact is it's about getting the information out there and informing those who are in the path of these storms. So anyway, let's go ahead here and talk about, you may have already heard about it, but in case you have not, we do have a tornado watch that was issued. And this actually came down actually just about maybe an hour or so ago. So let's go ahead. We got some slides here as well. I'm going to be conveying information off of before we get to the radar. But a tornado watch, this is a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation. This type of tornado watch you rarely see being issued. Usually, and the reason why I say that is if you look here at the top, it says this is a particularly dangerous situation. You don't see that too often with every tornado watch. However, though, it does tell you that, you look at the threat information, and this is until 3 a.m., by the way. So for Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, Evansville, Jefferson, Hamilton, Saline counties, you guys are underneath the watch, Carbondale, Paducah, Memphis, Jonesboro, Arkansas. So this is until 3 a.m. Tomorrow on Saturday, 3 a.m. Saturday. Threat information, tornadoes, several strong tornadoes likely, hail, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely, wind threat, widespread gust up to 80 miles per hour likely. And so this is this tornado watch, as I mentioned again, PDS tornado watch. Again, you don't see this issued very often. It is issued, but it's a rarity. You don't see this issued at all very often. So anyway, I got that. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the radar, and then just to kind of give you what's going on. As you can see right here, and I'm going to be drawing here, so I'll be like a little Pablo Picasso type as we go along. But you can actually see right here, we got some storms, got some rain forming right here. This right here is the main event. This right here, this is the line that formed over there in over into pretty much like but like eastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri. It's already moving. These storms are moving to the northeast at about 70 miles per hour, 65 to 70 miles per hour in that range. But we are getting some storm activity firing up near Pinckneyville, east of Chester, all the way down to Perryville. So I'm going to say this is the M, and then this is, I'm going to call it like the F, which is the front. Pretty much, I wouldn't say the front, but more like this is the first line. So the first wave, if you will, and then the main event right here, if that makes any sense. My handwriting is blue, I know. Let me see if I can change it to white maybe. I may have to clean it off. Yeah. So anyway, let's try that again. So again, this is the front part right here. There we go. That's much better. So this is the white right here. We're starting to see this develop. This over here is the main event. And we're going to zoom out a little bit because there's some other storms that we're tracking as well in northern Arkansas. But St. Louis, the western side, already underneath the gun. Let's go ahead and we'll zoom in here. I apologize if I zoom in a little too fast with this as I'm controlling this here. But we're going to zoom into St. Louis. And already we could actually see near approaching Wildwood, Chesterfield area, this is an observed tornado on the ground. Damage threat considerable. This is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. We talked about this with the watch not too long ago. And right now, St. Louis underneath the gun. Baldwin, Wildwood, Chesterfield. We could zoom in a little bit. We could zoom in a little bit higher. Ellisville, Fox Creek, Chesterfield, Maryland Heights, St. Charles, St. Peter's, O'Fallon. And so let's go ahead and read the information. And this is what I like about this radar is I could also pull up the warning information here for you. And so as an example here, tornado warning in effect until 9:30. Time right now is 9:07 for northeastern Franklin, western St. Charles, northwestern St. Louis, and southeastern Warren counties. At 9:02, a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Gray Summit, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a PDS situation for St. Louis on the west side. Damaging tornado, quarter-sized hail. Weather spotters confirmed tornado near Gray Summit. Multiple power flashes. We'll talk about tornadoes of a nighttime a little bit later on here, but I wanted to show you guys as an example. So St. Louis, western side underneath the gun. Another thing what I could do is I could put a storm track on this. So it's actually I could do this here. Actually, that tells you about the distance. My mistake. So I could do this. Let's say, okay. And we'll say, I'm just throwing out a random number here, but we'll just say, I think I may hit 45 maybe instead. But you can kind of see I have like a little tracker on the top left. I could move this around. So that's just an example of what I could do with this radar. And those of you who remember my storm coverage last year, you may remember this radar that I used. Let's go ahead and zoom out here, but I wanted to show you guys St. Louis here real quick, and I need to drop that. So let's, that's high res. And so right now at this time, the radar I have selected to view these storms is a St. Louis radar site near Weldon Spring. And so this right here, this is the area that I'm really concerned with. So keep an eye on that area here for a moment, because I'm going to show you what it looks like in high res. And that would be right about, let's say, zoom in a little bit here. Zoom in a little bit. There's Gray Summit right there. Okay, so Gray Summit is right here. And the tornado that was confirmed on the ground is about right here somewhere. That's about the same area where I drew, where that warm part of the storm is, where the tornado is. We could also pull this up on correlation coefficient. There it is. Yeah, right there. And so what this is, and I saw a storm that had this earlier with the CC. So what that is basically trees. That's shingles from roofs. That could be cars. It could be siding, anything at all that the tornado is picking up. And so that is the CC, the correlation coefficient. You have all this red over here which is just like your rain and all that, and hail. But this right here, this is the tornado on the ground west of St. Louis on the western side, just to the southwest of Wildwood, approaching Fox Creek, Chesterfield, Spirit of St. Louis Airport. So that is, I talked about Doppler radar and how Doppler radar has gotten better over the years. And we're going to do a loop of this. So we'll play this back animation, or you can kind of see it formed right about near Union, Missouri, and it kind of has gone over. So, so that's the tornado right there on the western side. So I'm gonna draw this here. Here's St. Louis. So St. Louis is right here. That is your correlation coefficient. That is the tornado on the ground. Southwest of Wildwood, Chesterfield, Wildwood. There's Baldwin, St. Charles. So I just want to show you guys this example, and this is not the only tornadic warned storm I've seen so far this evening. Fort Leonard Wood was had a tornado in their area. We go down here a little bit further. There's a radar indicated storm. This one going to be approaching Arnold, Maplewood, Clayton, Murphy, Eureka. Go down here a little bit. Another radar indicated tornado warned storm. But I want to zoom out a little bit and show you guys these storms down here that we'll have to keep an eye on in northern Arkansas. These are getting pretty big right here. So we got West Plains, Mountain Home. I had tornado warning out for them earlier. We went to Mountain Home. Actually, we drove right through there a few years ago on vacation. One of the prettiest cities I ever saw in my life. It was right there in the valley. Beautiful, beautiful place. But these storms are have to keep an eye on them as they're making their way to the northeast as well. Let me go ahead here and click this off. That one's observed tornado. Some of these have produced tennis ball sized. This one right here, I know this is in Arkansas, but again, large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground near West Plains, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. These storms that were over Missouri earlier were producing tennis ball sized hail as well. So again, large hail certainly a threat, not just the wind, not just the tornadoes, but large hail. Let's go over here to the radars here. Let me see. There they are. Let's go over here to Evansville. So far right now at the moment, pretty quiet in the Paducah area. Let me go ahead and bring up here something, guys, and I want to show you the NWS areas of where your area is being served as a reminder. So for those of us in Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, Jefferson, Hamilton, White, Saline, and Gallatin counties, you guys are in the NWS sector, along with Evansville as well. I talked about St. Louis earlier. For those of you in St. Louis, you guys are covered by, of course, NWS of St. Louis. But for those of you in Clay, Richland, and Lawrence counties, Effingham County, Crawford, Jasper, NWS, Lincoln. So, again, it's good to know what office serves you, especially at a time like this when you're getting some information. So let's talk about here some nighttime severe weather safety tips so we have a moment before things ramp up here in our area. So check the latest weather updates before heading to bed. Obviously, I've got my drinks on hand. I've got ginger ale. I've got Celsius. I've got water. So I'm going to stay hydrated throughout the night. Make a plan with those in your household about what to do in the event of overnight severe weather. Plug in and turn on your NOAA weather radio, charge your cell phone, and keep it on to receive alerts. And have a sturdy pair of shoes, clothes, and jacket in your shelter area. I would like to mention that this information is provided by the National Weather Service in Paducah. They have lots of good information on there. I did see where they were streaming live. I don't know if they still are or not. But anyway, something of note there too is about these nighttime storms. So again, nighttime severe weather safety tips also. Talked about this again here with the tornado watch. I'll pop that up again here with the PDS tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. Saturday. I did see where Lincoln was. I know they were given a tornado watch for Clay, Richland, and Lawrence counties. Let me go ahead and pop that up real quick. I'm going to pop it on my phone because I did not get Lincoln information on here. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Going to what they had posted. I was talking to someone actually up north. Said they were going to be taking shelter. So, okay, till 3 a.m. Okay, I wondered about Clay, Richland, and Lawrence. So it is until 3 a.m. So that is a tornado watch in effect for them. Okay, so same time as Wayne Edwards and Wabash and on down south. Okay, good to know. I should have looked that up and I forgot to check it out before I hopped on here. So that's tornado watch. I want to talk about nighttime tornado danger here. Why are nighttime tornadoes so dangerous? They're difficult or impossible to see coming at you. Many people are asleep at night and are not paying attention to the weather. People who only rely on sirens for alerts will not hear them since they are inside. Now, some people silence or turn off their cell phones at night, unable to receive alerts. So again, that's the reason why I talk about how nighttime twisters can be so dangerous of a night, is because, again, they're hard to see. Only way you can see them by the way of lightning and power flashes. We read that report over at St. Louis a few minutes ago about a tornado over there where they said they observed power flashes from the storm. And that helped aid in saying, hey, this thing is on the ground. Tornado sheltering guidelines. Seek the best available refuge area immediately when a tornado warning is issued. Your chance of surviving a tornado is excellent if you follow these guidelines. So the worst options: mobile homes, vehicles, underneath a highway overpass. Bad options: large open rooms like gymnasiums, manufactured housing. Good options are interior room of a well-constructed home or building, a basement. And the best options, above or below ground, a tornado storm shelter that is NSSA ICC 500 compliant, specifically designed FEMA safe room. Stay in place until the all clear is given. And if you have a structure you live in that's in the worst and bad options category, you got to find another option. So find one that is in a good and best options. Also, of a night too, we have people who travel of a nighttime. Want to get this out here too: tornadoes and road safety. What to do: get off the road. The best option is to drive to a designated shelter, basement, or safe room. The next best option is a small windowless room or hallway on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. What not to do: do not seek refuge in a vehicle outside or under an overpass. A highway overpass does not provide safety from a tornado. Do not seek shelter under an overpass or a tree. Put you at greater risk of being killed or seriously injured by flying debris from the powerful tornadic winds. Also, another thing too: severe thunderstorm safety. Hail greater than 1 inch or winds greater than 58 miles per hour. That would be considered to be severe. So go inside a sturdy building on the lowest floor and away from windows. Be cautious of falling trees or down trees in the roadway, which will be harder to see at night. So I want to show you guys these slides because as this night wears on, this information can be valuable to you to help keep you safe. Just to prepare and plan. I've already got my stuff packed. By the way, I've already. As I mentioned earlier, I've already got my stuff packed up. I've got some clothes packed up. I've got, credit cards, money. So I've got my power banks already packed up as well. So again, it's outside of my camera shot, but it is something though that I'd say it's good. And speaking of that, I want to tell you about preparing for emergency preparedness here, and build a weather preparedness kit. If you haven't done so already, we have some quiet time before the storms arrive. Some recommended items to include: a first aid kit, whistle, flashlight, extra batteries, extra cash or credit cards, battery operated radio, a cell phone charger, a charged power bank, food and water, at least a 3-day supply of that, change of clothes and shoes, prescriptions or special needs items, hygiene items, and blankets and pillows. Also, some other considerations, some questions here. What other items does your family or business need? Where to store your kit? Cool, dry, and easy to access place. What items in your kit will expire? Rotate your stock and take pictures of important documents. Upload to secure cloud storage. All right, let's go ahead and check out the storms here on radar. We are currently monitoring some activity in the southwestern part of southern Illinois. Right now at this moment in time, that's why I move this over here. Right now at this moment, got a little bit of activity right there. Nothing threatening right now at the moment with that. Obviously, the big story here is St. Louis. Already St. Louis underneath the gun. Let's zoom in. Zoom in on the cells that are threatening the city. Still have an observed tornado with this one over near Weldon Springs, near Chesterfield. This one's producing ping pong ball-sized hail. It is still on the ground, still confirmed. Located over Clarkson Valley, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. That warning's in effect until 9:30. Got another one here. This one is radar indicated at the moment, and we'll take a look at the velocity data of these storms here in a moment. This one is over again St. Louis area until 9:45. Radar indicator rotation with that one, and I'm gonna say this here. Even if there's a radar indicated tornado warning issued, I would say, given the situation here, given this weather situation, I would certainly just take shelter. I didn't mean for that. This is what I get for having dual monitors, dual screens. We'll zoom out. Sorry about that, guys. But we'll take a look here at the bigger picture. But I would say treat it as if it's real, because if you see a radar indicated warning, I would treat it as if it's the real thing, just given the weather situation that we have going on tonight. Want to go ahead and say here too, you can support me as well. Let me go ahead and flash that up here. If you don't know what Patreon is like for content creators. If you would like to support me, I've invested money into this equipment. I built this up over the course of winter, and I made some tech upgrades, new camera, new lights, new mixer, new mic. So whether you chip in $1, $5, help support me on Patreon. It is greatly appreciated. And also there's my YouTube and my TikTok handle. I tried getting on TikTok with live, and for some reason it's not letting me. So, but I am on YouTube. You can find me there. Derek Dunn 89. Just look me up. I know I got a few viewers already there as it is. So also my Facebook live feed is public, by the way. You guys can share it. Normally I limit to friends because I know so many people and everything like that. I limit my audience, but in this case here, given the weather situation, it is public to where you can share it. So that way you can share and spread the word. I also want to mention, it has happened to me before in the past, and that is, I've had friend requests from people I don't even know when I do these things. If I don't know you, your friend request is not getting accepted. So I just want to go ahead and get that out there right now. It's a policy that I have, and I'm going to stick with it. Evansville radar site, let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. Again, some activity near Pinckneyville, Nashville. So far, so light with that. But obviously, the main event is what we're seeing right here. As we draw this, we've got storms in Arkansas. We got storms in Missouri. This is the main event. All this is moving northeast. So already St. Louis getting impacted. PDS tornado watch out in effect until 3 a.m. Let's go to the St. Louis radar site, and we're going to do some tracking here a little bit. We're going to track some tornadic storms. Let me pull up the radar here real quick out of St. Louis near Weldon Spring. There it is. And this is the part of the storm right here. And looks like a new tornado warning has just been issued. Glen Carbon, SIUE, Edwardsville, Roxana, Wood River, Bethalto. Now underneath a tornado warning. And this is a tornado that is still on the ground. Let's go ahead. It's radar indicated, But given the history of this again, I would definitely be taking shelter here given the past history of this tornado. Let's take a look here at high res velocity. Right now at the moment, looks like it's kind of gone away a little bit. Let me go ahead and zoom out here a little bit, get a little bit better view of that. Okay, we were seeing the correlation coefficient earlier. I'm going to go back a few frames and see here. It's kind of weakened your Chesterfield a little bit. Let me go ahead and take that off. You can see like this little ball kind of moving to the northeast near Chesterfield, and it kind of just broke up right there. That was the tornado near Wildwood. It was just to the northwest or west of Baldwin near Chesterfield. But again, this could drop down another one. Seen it happen before many times. I've seen storms that were tornadic. They drop down a tornado, and then another tornado would form. So if you want to look at a recent example here locally, you got to look back at a storm that I talked about recently, which was, I'm sorry I didn't have the radar up. I thought I did right there. I was looking at it on my end, but anyway, you have, so I get here. I think the coffee's wearing off. I didn't drink coffee today, by the way, so my excuse there. But anyway, you can actually see what I'm talking about here with the storm. But I was thinking back to the Perryville, Missouri, Crossville tornado back several years ago, how that one cell dropped two tornadoes. The one that started off at Perryville all the way to Christopher was an EF4. The one that touched down near Crossville and went northeast, that one was an EF3. It was from that same cell. So again, even though, the tornado was lifted, however, though, still can produce another one. This one is really looking ominous to me, and here it is. And this is what we're looking for. I've seen a few of these storms already. There's Scottsdale. There's a little hook right there. You see that? Little hook right there. There it is. Something's trying to form right there. And we've seen that a few times here. Tonight, I saw it over in Springfield, Missouri earlier. And that is approaching Arnold, Missouri. So if I'm in Dupo, Columbia, Millstadt, Cahokia, Belleville, I would definitely be keeping an eye on this thing for sure. Radar indicator for now, but this definitely does. And look at that. Yeah, look at this right here. That something's trying to spin up right there. Look at that. Yeah. When you have the greens and the reds coming together, right where I circled that, there it is. And that one, again, radar indicated, but boy, I tell you what, it's showing signs here. And let me see the correlation coefficient on this. It may be kind of hard to tell. But if anything, it would be right about this area right here. Now, this data, okay, just as soon as I drew that, how about that? Well, it's psychic, I guess, and so it's going to advance as soon as I drew. How about that? But if anything right here, it's going to be right about this area. About here is where if you have any rotation, possible funnel cloud, maybe tornado trying to touch the ground near Arnold. And Arnold's a pretty populated city, pretty populated suburb south of St. Louis. So, again, we saw what happened earlier in the Wildwood area, Missouri. Tornadoes can strike big cities. So, like you guys remember earlier this week when we had the weather forecaster from Orlando had the tower cam live, tornado was coming in. So, it can happen. Storms again, already at St. Louis. For us here in Fairfield, so far so good. But we're keeping our eyes to the skies and keeping our eyes to the radars out west with this line coming in. We do have a little bit of development right about Pinckneyville, Perryville, Chester. That's not the main event, but it is worth keeping an eye on. It is in that environment where if they intensify and gain some strength, we'll see what happens. But obviously the main event is right behind it. By the way, over 20 people watching the live stream. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Doing my best to keep you informed. And I'm not doing it for the views. I'm just doing it to help keep you guys aware of the situation and what's going on. um, out there to our west. Again, my goal is to make sure you guys are informed, make sure that you guys are ready and prepared and aware of what's happening. Again, be alert for changing weather conditions. That's what this stream is all about. By the way, while we have a little bit of quiet time here, no storms threatening Fairfield right now. If you want to say hi, go ahead in the chat. I'll try to say hi to you back. If you have any questions for me, let me know. I want to go ahead and pull up again. Sorry about that, guys. This mouse, I'm telling you, is just always got to zoom in and out a little bit. Again, tornado watch, PDS tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. Saturday. Several strong tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely, widespread gust up to 80 miles per hour likely. Also for up north in Clay, Richland, Lawrence counties, Effingham County, Jasper, Crawford, until 3 a.m. So this is a PDS tornado watch you don't see issued often, but it's the highest level of watch there is. It's the highest level of watch there is. So anyway, yeah, getting some people saying hi. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a moment here. Let's see. Hi, Landon. Good to hear from you. I need to get some Fusion coffee sometime, bro. I need to get some Fusion coffee. Tell you what, keep doing great things, man. Always enjoy swinging by there when I have an opportunity. Marin, hi, Marin. Mighty Marin in the house. I know you guys got volleyball tomorrow, I think. Tri-match, Lincoln Trail. Good luck to you girls. Spring season volleyball. Support the Bobcats volleyball. Also baseball, softball teams this spring. So go Bobcats. Layla, Marin, good to hear from both of you. Proud of you both. Always enjoy talking to you guys and seeing you guys on campus. Great student athletes, great ambassadors for the college. Line of storms coming in from the west near St. Louis. Radar indicated threat here. This is also for SIUE Edwardsville, by the way. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Maryland Heights, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Ping pong ball sized tail, radar indicated rotation. This is the same cell that dropped a tornado near Wildwood. So, Confluence State Park, First Missouri State Capitol Historic Site, Horseshoe Lake State Park. That's another thing, too. If you know people that are camping, warm weather this week. The thing about March is the gateway month. You start to see a lot of that. Let me flip this over here. I was just kind of reading some information here real quick, but there it is right there. So this is the line right here. Again, this is the cell. It's prompted the tornado warning. A little bit light in the tornado warnings, it looks like. Out there a little bit to our south, but again, don't be fooled. Van Buren, Missouri, Current River area. There is a tornado at Van Buren. Is in the warning area. Let me check it. Let me take a look at that again. There's the cell right there. Let me see if I can pull this up on Paducah. Was it Paducah who issued that? Let's see. I get it mixed up. Yep, it is Paducah. Okay. Because it's right there at the halfway point between Springfield, Missouri radar and Paducah radar. And I was like, let me see here. Yeah, this is, yep, it's observed. Tennis ball sized hail with this. Lime size. That's the first time I've seen lime size being mentioned here this evening. Yeah, this cell, it's got an observed tornado. It's got strong wind. You're looking at lime size, tennis ball sized hail. Another thing too is when you're looking at this, you see the considerable damage threat. You see that considerable tag in the PDS at the top of that. So, large and extremely dangerous tornado moving northeast at 40. We'll go ahead and take a look at that cell for a moment. And this activity here, I know it's obviously, uh, not even in our region, but the way it's tracking, this will enter southern Illinois if it maintains its strength and intensity. And again, something to keep in mind about here for Carbondale depends on how fast the storm is moving. It's still a lot of miles. Still a lot of miles. These storms are moving at a fast pace, but it is destructive. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, look at that. So, right there, that's the rotating part of the storm. I know it's a different color. It looks like yellows and greens together. Take a look here at the correlation coefficient. And seeing it all here, it may be, well, if anything, it's probably right there. And this is just getting into the Paducah radar coverage. It's just right there on the brink. It's just right there on the edge. So, but if anything, it's right here, right where I had that circled at. And this is for Van Buren. This is Current River. A lot of people been down there myself. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there's definitely, you definitely tell it stands out. Stands out like a sore thumb. There it is. And that is near, we can zoom in on this too. This is south of Winona, Highway 19. This is mainly a rural area, but Van Buren, Missouri. This is outside of Elsinore, but still Van Buren. Highway 60, which is a pretty heavily traveled route because you got Poplar Bluff, you got Sykeston, you got Dexter, and you just keep going west till to Springfield, Missouri, and Ozark. And so it's a heavily populated route. Tornado warnings down here in Arkansas. There's another one right there too. Now, Mountain Home, which I mentioned earlier at the start of this, Mountain Home is right here. Been to Mountain Home before. This is just south of there. Pocahontas. Been to Pocahontas, Arkansas before. A lot of people like to go, if you want to get to Arkansas, you cut right through Poplar Bluff. You go all the way down here to Corning, make that right-hand turn to Reno, and you just keep going this way. This is also the future home of 57, I-57 in this area. And Pocahontas, about higher population of Fairfield, I'd say about maybe 6,000 people maybe. So definitely on your back door there. O'Fallon, we got a tornado warning out for Belleville, Mascoutah, O'Fallon, Lebanon, McKendree University, Fairview Heights just came in. Let's read the details on this. National Weather Service in St. Louis has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Madison County. This is in Illinois, northwestern Monroe County, southwestern Illinois, St. Clair County, northeastern Jefferson County, south central St. Louis County, St. Louis City, till 10:15. At 9:35, a confirmed tornado was located over Arnold, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, Arnold, Missouri. Damaging tornado, golf ball size tail, weather spotters confirmed tornado, power flashes near Arnold. So, looking near Collinsville, Granite City, Fairview Heights, Cahokia, Swansea, Glen Carbon, Shiloh, Waterloo, Columbia. Under the gun here. I-64, exits 9 and 27. Between those exits, I-70 near exit 21. 4455 in Missouri. This is observed again. And we just talked about it. Just talked about it. Let's go ahead and switch back and forth between radars. So there is the storm that prompted. You can see it right there. Look at that. Look at that. There it is. So if you look at this right here, see a little hook right there? There's that hook. And so there it is. This right here is, and let's go ahead and take a look here. It's definitely got the hook for sure. Yeah, if anything, it's about this area right here. So right there in that area is what prompted the tornado warning. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the correlation coefficient on this one. And it just dropped actually. So if anything, it's probably, again, right near Arnold. So probably right there in that vicinity right there. It's not like the one that we saw, the one that was over Wildwood earlier. But again, it is on the ground. It is confirmed. Let me see here if I can zoom out. There we go. There it is. For some reason, it didn't pop up at first. But you could actually see it. Sorry if I'm going in and out a little bit of this mouse. I'm telling you. And this also stands out. You see right there, there's Columbia. There's Millstat. See a little bit of inflow right there. See the inflow? You have your hook. So it's definitely right there in that area. And again, this inflow coming in, you have the hook right here. Yeah. There it is right there over Arnold, Missouri, crossing the river, crossing the Mississippi, heading towards Columbia, Millstat also, Belleville, Swansea, Scott Air Force Base, also in a tornado warning. Shiloh, O'Fallon, Fairview Heights, Lebanon, Summerfield, Mascoutah, New Bay. You are just on the outside of that. Collinsville, Troy, Maryville. If you know any one of these areas, St. Jacob, mentioned Troy as well. Give them a heads up. Maybe they've fallen asleep. Call them up saying, hey, you guys are underneath the tornado warning. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground crossing the Mississippi into getting into the Illinois side. All right. Another tornado warning for St. Louis. This one is one I was talking about. It's observed. So new information's coming near Florissant. Florissant, Missouri, getting a tornado warned storm in their neighborhood. Confirmed tornadoes. Apparently, it dropped down another one. It was radar indicated, but it dropped down another one. Oops, sorry about that. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, damaging tornado ping pong ball sized hail. Power flashes along I-70. Weather spotters confirming a tornado. Again, it's near Florissant, Missouri, Alton, Edwardsville, the Illinois side, Glen Carbon, Wood River. I-55, I-70 interstates to be impacted. Let's take a look here at the velocity data. Yeah, right there, Florissant. So zoom in a little bit tighter here. We're going pretty tight with this view. Florissant right there. That is where the tornado was observed. Flex out of that a little bit. Then we'll go ahead and pull up the correlation coefficient. Let's go ahead and play this back here. If it's anything, I'll probably tell you where it's at. Probably, say, just got on the ground. It's probably right about here. Kind of stands out a little bit different than the others. Again, this red is just rain. But when you see blue and greens together, kind of like in a ball like what we saw earlier over Wildwood, that right there, again, that sticks out to me. That stands out to me on the CC. But when you have that blue and green, it's a sign of debris. It's like shingles from a roof. It's like trees. It's anything that's being sucked up into the storm. Those of you just joined me here on the live stream. So far for the Fairfield area, nothing at all. We'll go ahead and take a look here at these little showers that have formed up. Still little showers here, not severe. But the main event is this right here for sure. So we're keeping an eye on that. Appreciate you guys joining me here on the live chat, by the way. I know it's late. I know right now, time is right now, 9:44? But this is a nighttime event. And given the tornado warnings that we have seen so far, St. Louis getting rocked by a strong, powerful storm. Tell you what, this is the night, this is the type of severe weather events that you could see why the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service was using strong language. You could see why they said, hey, this is, they kind of went up the scale in terms of the moderate threats for severe weather. Go back earlier this week, 30% chance, and then We were underneath an enhanced and moderate risk, and you can see why. And by the way, Mississippi, Alabama tomorrow, high risk. So anyway, I'm just saying this again is one of those nights, but I'm here with you. We're going to ride this out together. Provide coverage here for you. Let's see. I'm assuming Edwards County, someone asked. Edwards County, so far, nothing going on there. It all depends, and I always say this, it all depends if this holds itself together. That's going to be strong and severe by the time it reaches. Obviously, right now it's in Missouri. Well, this part anyway is. So this part right here is over crossing the Mississippi River. But we also can't forget, too, these storms down here. Can't forget about this group either. So, and this is a widespread event. This isn't just for Southern Illinois. That's it. No, this is an event that is affecting a lot of people. A lot of people. I think PDS Tornado Watch, I think it was like 4 million some, I think. A lot of people. So, and again, I'm not going to be able to answer every question on live chat. We got a little bit of downtime for now. Since the storms are not here yet, but St. Louis getting rocked. Let's take a look here at the radar again. St. Louis. Let's go to the St. Louis radar site. Let's go down to the Arnold storm, the one that's approaching Columbia. Let's get an update on it. Latest update was at 9:35. That was about 12 minutes ago. Confirmed tornado over Arnold. Was confirmed power flashes. This one's until 10:15. Belleville, Granite City, O'Fallon, East St. Louis, Collinsville, Fairview Heights, Cahokia, Swansea, Glen Carbon, Shiloh, Troy, Waterloo, and Columbia. Observed. Also, golf ball size tail 2. Can't forget about that. Let's take a look at the northern side of St. Louis with that cell up there. 9:46. That was just a minute ago. This has just been updated. The tornado warning continues until 10:15. 9:46, a confirmed tornado located over West Alton or near Alton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, damaging tornado. Ping pong ball size tail weather spotters confirmed tornado. St. Louis, Granite City, Alton, Edwardsville, Glen Carbon, Wood River, Bethalto. Got some people over Bethalto. Know some people over there. Take cover, guys. Pontoon Beach, Blackjack. Madison went to the NASCAR races there years ago. Roxana, East Alton, South Roxana as well. So we've got at least a couple of tornadic storms here. Yeah, you got one down here in this area, and then you got one over here. So you got two tornadoes on the ground. One north of St. Louis Metro, the other one just south right there. Zoom in a little bit. We'll zoom in, take a little bit of a closer look. We'll look at the we'll look at the velocity data on this southern cell. Oh yeah. Yep. Right there. Over Dupo, Cahokia, that area. Fairview Heights under the gun, Swansea, Belleville, O'Fallon, Caseyville, Collinsville. Underneath the gun of this cell. That's a nasty looking couplet on radar. It looks like it's just been updated to Centerville. Let's take a look here at, see if there's any correlation coefficient with this one. Let's see. Let's take a look at the information here real quick and okay. Confirmed tornado was located over east. or over Cahokia, we'll say, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. It was at 948. Still on the ground, still confirmed, still moving. Golf ball sized here with that tornado over Cahokia, Illinois. Fallon under the gun. Fairview Heights, Swansea, Glen Carbon, Shiloh, Troy, Pontoon Beach, Centerville. So we've got some multiple tornadoes, at least two of them right now in the St. Louis area. By the way, guys, I apologize for having my head turned. If you happen to say hi in the live chat, I apologize for not seeing it. I've got a lot of people hopping on here, just kind of checking out some things. They probably got friends and family over St. Louis that they may know. So providing you coverage of that. St. Louis, again, heavily populated metro area. We'll take a look at the Van Buren storm in a moment. Let me see if we can zoom in on the correlation coefficient here for the northern storm. You can definitely tell it was right there over West Alton and Alton. I'm not seeing it now, but again, no, was on the ground. Again, as I mentioned earlier, any tornado warning that's issued, whether it be radar indicated or it's observed, I would definitely take it seriously. Again, you don't think, you act. St. Louis getting rocked right now. A couple of tornadic storms. So look at the Van Buren. I'm going to go down to Van Buren, Missouri. See what's going on down there. See if there's an update on this one. Okay. This one is getting confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Okay, near Fremont, 14 miles west of Van Buren, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Emergency management reported a tornado near Rover earlier. Radar now places the tornado near Fremont. Let's take a look at that here. I want to take a look at this on a velocity data. Let me see if I can zoom in where Fremont's at. See Brawley, West Liberty there. Let's see. That does not look good on radar. I'll tell you that right now. Let's take a look here. Not seeing it here. That's radar indicated, but that one right there is it's definitely tracked. Let's go ahead, and it's been a common theme with these storms moving to the northeast. One of the things we talked about was the rapid speed of these storms. And they've been accelerating. They really have been traveling. They've really been chugging along. Zooming out here. Oh, what's this? Mason City, north of Springfield, underneath a tornado warning. That's radar indicated. Knew a guy who lived there in Mason City years ago. St. Louis, again, the story this hour, St. Louis Metro getting rocked by storms. Storms moving to the northeast. I'm going to mention some areas here ahead. If you know any of these people in these areas, may want to give them a call. Text them, call them, let them know what's going on weather-wise. I'm looking at areas like Albers, Breeze, Aviston, Trenton, Highland, Pocahontas, Old Ripley, Alhambra, New Douglas, Sorrento, Staunton, Mount Olive, Hillsborough, Greenville. Got a few students locally in our region that attend Greenville University, and we're covering them in sports. So heads up for you over there. Carlisle, Mulberry Grove, Pleasant Mound. So again, just a heads up here. Again, these areas right here, not warned yet, but I would be keeping it on it for sure. That storm on the south side of St. Louis is looking more wicked, even the north one too. Let's go ahead here and see if there's any more updates on this. Still observed. Still at 9:48, so that one was a 9:55. Time is 9:55 right now. I just noticed I walked 3,500 steps today. I believe it. I believe it. I do have a little bit of shower activity that's popped up to the west of us here at Nashville area, Pinckneyville, west of Elkville. Not severe, but the main event is over to the west of that, but we're keeping an eye on that. By the way, guys, I want to tell you, I haven't really told you this since this is, the first really big live stream event of the severe weather season. But as you could tell, I took some time over the winter to build a studio to where I could do live streaming, I can edit videos, I can do things like this, and so I took it upon myself to do that. Invested in a new mic, new mixer, new camera, new lights in here. So, again, just want to let you guys know about that because you may be wondering, maybe I hopped on there for the first time thinking, I thought you was in a different room. I was, but in a different room now. But one of these days I'll show you guys the layout of it. But obviously with me working in here a little bit, it looks kind of like a disaster and I'm still not done yet. Still not ready to show it yet. I still want to put some LED lights in the room, but I haven't done that yet. Getting closer to 10 o'clock. Also, by the way, too, while I have a moment, you can support me on Patreon, patreon.com/Derek Dunn. You support me on there. It's a content creator site to where you can help support content creators. I like to do more of this, and whatever you invest in, whether it be $1, $5, all that will go to tech funds and upgrades. And so, appreciate you guys. Thanks for tuning in. See Maryland watching. That's good. Glad to hear that. Guys, go back to the commenter. I saw a comment. Yeah, hopefully we shoot. This is Thomas saying, hopefully we shoot the gap and it passes. Yeah, Thomas, given this situation here, it's what we're hoping for. That's what we're hoping for. All right, so it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning just came down, which we'll certainly take. Now this is I see this from time to time as well. So severe thunderstorm warning. This is a good example of that. So severe thunderstorm warning for northern Bond County, Montgomery, southern Macoupé, northeastern Madison until 10:45, 9:57. Severe storms are located along a line from over Shipman to near Troy, or along a line from 12 miles northeast of Godfrey to near Glen Carbon, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts to $0.5 size tail. Radar indicated threat. Yeah, Greenville, Litchfield, Hillsboro, Staunton, Gillespie, Mount Olive, Bunker Hill, Benold, Warden, Raymond, Witt, Livingston, Taylor Springs, Coffeen, Alhambra, Mulberry Grove, Shipman, Shram City, Wilsonville, and Sorrento. Also, at times, if you look at the top of the warning, you will see a tornado possible tag. And so you'll see that, if you can see my cursor, it's right up here at the top of the screen. Hail, $0.5 size, wind 70 mile per hour, damage threat considerable as well. So sometimes you'll see a tornado possible tag. This is from that northern storm that, again, has been, dropped that tornado near Alton. And so, obviously, severe thunderstorm warning for that area I just mentioned. CAD tells me that maybe it's having trouble. Now it's a radar indicated threat. But again, it could still drop another tornado. So conditions are still favorable for that. That was from earlier, but that was at 9:52. What's the time right now? 9:59. Let's take a look down here at the south. Metro East area. This is still observed, by the way. It's at 9:48, so no new update yet on that cell. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Let's go to the St. Louis radar site here. There we go. Let's take a look. That just looks nasty on radar to me. Yeah, look at that. Kind of see it right here. Yeah. It definitely stands out for sure. Bethalto, by the way, maybe getting some stormy weather up there. I know some of my friends at Dreeth family live in that area. Stay safe, guys. Time right now, 10:01. Thanks for tuning into my live stream. I'm Derek Dunn. For those of you who don't know me, I've been tracking storms for years. I track storms as a hobby. I talk about storms. I analyze them a little bit here for you. So keeping you guys ahead of the storm, telling you what's going on. I want to go ahead and mention here, since we are at the top of the hour, we do have a PDS tornado watch that is in effect until 3 a.m. Saturday. So we're not out of the woods yet, but it is a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation. These are rare watches. Don't happen all that often. Several strong tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely. Wind, widespread gust up to 80 miles per hour likely. The potential exposure, population 4.2 million. Over 1,600 schools and 146 hospitals. So get PDS tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. for those of you who just joined me on the live stream. By the way, we'll have a moment here. We got a little bit of time. We've got a little bit of calmness here in Fairfield and Wayne County. Go ahead and say hi to me if you want. I'll be just doing coverage here. I see some people, Susan saying, hey, thanks, appreciate it, watching. Gina was also watching. And I'm here with you until the threat passes. I would also like to mention, too, if the live stream were to go down, let's say due to power outage, internet outage, then the stream goes down. However, though, it's good to be informed of the weather situation. It's good to be updated on what's going on here. As, again, this is a weather event, and I talked about earlier how March is like the gateway month. You know, March is like the gateway month to severe weather season, and it's roaring like a lion on this Pi Day, P-I-D-A-Y, Pi Day. Hey, Nate, cousin Nate here watching. Nate has a pickleball tournament coming up. Coming up over at Effingham. If you'll play pickleball like I do, reach out to him. So anyway, that is the so yeah, reach out to Nate right there. If you're interested in playing pickleball, get a hold of him. Let's take a look here back at the radar. So we look at the high-res velocity. Let's go ahead and take a look here as we take a step back at reflectivity. Kevin watching. Hi, Kevin. Oh, Miss Mugridge. Yeah, Tammy was my first grade teacher years ago. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, you and the family. Good to hear from you guys. Let's see if I can read this. Landon, okay. Sorry, Landon, I'm just trying to read here while I'm still staying awake here. So Landon, so first of all, I'm live streaming on my Facebook page. I mean, that's public. You could share it. And obviously, the more people, the better. That way, it can reach more people with the information I'm relaying. I'm assuming you mean the radar. Is that right? Is that if that's what you're talking about? I will tell you this: the radar. You guys can actually download this radar, and it's quite handy. But there are some features that you have to pay. Like you have to kind of subscribe for it, I guess you could say, to get the additional features. Omega. Oh, hang on here. I probably need a Celsius or something in my life right now. Probably. Let's see here. Radar Omega. I'm sorry, Radar Omega. I used to use Radar Scope, but I use Radar Omega. So, um, Radar Scope's also good too. I use both actually. Um, but Radar Omega is it. Again, it's downloadable. You can download it, and it's easy to use. It takes a little bit of like playing around, getting used to it, but once you do, you've got it made. The only thing that's kind of being befuddled me here is my mouse. My mouse has got like a mind of its own. All right, let's go back here to the coverage. That blue right there over Columbia. That's definitely some heavy stuff coming down. Let's see. Yeah, you're welcome, Landon. Yeah. Hey, Lisa, good to hear from you. Thank you. Yeah, Landon. Yeah, again, it's downloadable. I've known about Radar Omega for a while, at least over a year. I've been using it. This is the same radar I used last year for coverage. Um, but it's a nice radar. I really like it. Um, it's got its advantages. It's got a few cons as well. But every radar has its pros and cons. So it's you know, and again, I apologize if I'm zooming in and out a little bit. It's just the mouse and me kind of roaming around. Whoa, whoa! You do not see this often. I never say whoa. I hate to do that. But guys, look at this in Van Buren, Missouri. Look at that. You see this purple, pink and purple? You don't see this too often. That means it's a tornado emergency. And this is for Van Buren, Missouri. Large and destructive tornado located near Van Buren. Again, that's the Current River area. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for Van Buren, Missouri. Deadly tornado. Emergency management confirmed tornado. It's observed. It's catastrophic. I will tell you this about, and let's pop that back up again, just as, again, tornado emergency. Um, Going back a few years ago, you guys remember Mayfield. You remember the EF4 that hit Mayfield and went on up through the Kentucky Lake area and Benton and Dawson Springs and all that. Well, there was a tornado emergency warning issued for Mayfield that night. And you don't see tornado emergency warnings issued often. We talked about the PDS tornado watch earlier. But this right here, it really catches your eye because it's a different shade of color. It's like a pink purple color. But you don't see it happen too often. And this is for Van Buren, by the way, Van Buren, Missouri. But a lot of cabins down there. Current River area. Popular attraction. So, rural area too. Went down to Current River one time years ago, and so wanted to go ahead and show you guys that as an example. And that's the first, if I can recall correctly, this night, that is the first PDS tornado warning that I have seen so far. Now, we've seen tornado warnings like the red boxes. But when you have pink like that right there, you don't see it too often. That's the first one I've seen of the night. Well, I'm going to crack open a Celsius real quick here and all right. Let's get back here to St. Louis Metro. We'll keep an eye on Van Buren here because it definitely has my attention. Okay, tornado warning. We're starting to see these storms now. And if you could tell, let me zoom out a little bit here. Sorry about that, guys. So let's zoom out, take a look at the big picture. This right here, this is the main event right here. I've been focusing on Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois now. This right here is the main event. And you can see it stretches. This line stretches all the way near Texarkana, all the way through central Arkansas, getting to the southeastern part of Missouri, moving into Illinois, and all the way up to really about Wisconsin. So there's a lot of people, a lot of cities, a lot of towns being affected here. This is a widespread event. Say hi to me on live chat if you want to. We have a moment. Let's go ahead and zoom back in. Tornado warning issued. Bond County, Northern Clinton County, Southeastern Madison County, Northeastern St. Clair County until 11 o'clock at 10:08. Severe storm was capable of producing a tornado located over St. Jacob or near Troy, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That's until 11 o'clock. Locations impacted include, Fallon, Edwardsville, Glen Carbon, Highland, Troy, Maryville, Mascoutah, Greenville, Breeze, Lebanon, Carlisle, Scott Air Force Base, Trenton, Aviston, St. Rose, St. Jacob, Marine, Pocahontas, Alhambra, Mulberry Grove, Carlisle Lake area. If you know anyone that's over at Carlisle Lake, may want to give them a holler. Goods Interstates 55 and 70. Got another tornado warning issue. We'll take a look at that. But also you look at, I talked about I-64 as well in there. You got 161, 160, Highway 4. That's a big route. 177 in there, 127. We got another radar indicated tornado warning out. Let's go ahead and read the details on this one. Western Clinton County, Northwestern Washington County, Southeastern Madison County, Central Monroe County, and St. Clair County. Until 11 o'clock at 10:11, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over near Waterloo, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball size tail radar indicated rotation. Flying debris dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes would be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Belleville, Fallon, Fairview Heights, Cahokia, Swansea, Shiloh, Waterloo, Columbia, Mascoutah, Centerville, Breeze, Lebanon, Freeburg, Dupa, Millstadt, New Bain, Carlisle, Scott Air Force Base, Smithton, and Trenton. Also includes I-64 between exits 14 and 41. It's tornado warning radar indicated threat, but again, and look at this cell right here too. This one is catching my eye too. If you look right here for a moment here, got a little notch right here. Little notch is northeast of Waterloo near Millstadt. Let me go ahead here and put the velocity data on this and see. Yeah, trying to get something going there. And I don't know. Let me see what radar I'm on here for this. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm on the St. Louis radar site. That would be the best one for it. Nope, it just moved. Well, how about that? As soon as I was getting ready to do that, it just moved on me. But that's fine. Updates are good. Updates are good. If there's anything here, it's probably right here in this area, about the center of it, just northeast of Waterloo. We saw how you got Smithton, Freeburg as well, Damiensville and Lime, Mascoutah. It kind of get into the outer edges of the Metro East St. Louis area, but still heavily populated. We got reflectivity. Just a little notch right there. You see a little notch right there? That just really jumps out at me right there. And so it could be something trying to spin up there. But again, these storms, we've seen it here before, guys. We've seen how these storms, again, they can form a tornado. They can go on for a little bit. They lift. And then, guess what? They can produce another one. We've seen that happen already here tonight. So don't assume that, hey, the storm, it touches like a tornado, touches down, it's on the ground, and it goes on for a little bit and lifts up, and that's the end. No, it's not. And there's other threats besides that. You can have the tornado, you can have another one, touch down again. You also have the wind. You have the hail to deal with. There's been a lot of hail reports tonight. I mean, I mentioned earlier, lime sized, tennis ball sized, anything an inch or larger, that's considered severe criteria. 58-mile-per-hour wind gust or greater. So, again, guys, for those of us in southeastern Illinois, we're not out of the woods yet, but our neighbors to the west, they're getting impacted by this. Hi, Jeremy. How are you? Jeremy, talking about Van Buren. Yeah, that one had a tornado emergency with it. And Jeremy, while we're at it, we'll go ahead and take a look at that here for you. Give St. Louis a little bit of time to update here. There it is. And I know it's not the best looking radar shot in the world, but we'll go ahead and take a look at it anyway. Yeah. See, I want to show you guys this here. This is an important lesson to know. So if you have the high-res reflectivity radar here, I mean, you look at it, greens, yellows, you're like, okay, that looks pretty ominous here. But this is what Doppler radar is all about. I could slice through the storm and I could see there was something brewing right here near Van Buren. This is where that tornado was at that was confirmed on the ground, and that tornado emergency that we saw a few minutes ago was issued. And you look at here, and I want to see if I can pull up the correlation coefficient with this. And let me go ahead. I want to see if I can maybe go back. Let me move this radar down here a little bit. And let me go ahead and see if I can put this in animation here for you. And it looked like, yeah. Again, it's just kind of crept in the radar. So if you see this line right here, that's a little like a thin line. If you see this line right here, I'm just drawing it here, and that's there's my Pablo Picasso of the night. But if you see if you see this line right here, that's actually the Paducah radar coverage. That's the beginning of it for the western side of their coverage area. And so this just, you can actually tell it was moving. It just got in, and it's starting to dissipate a little bit. So, but tornado warning for sure there. It is observed. Let me see that new warning it. Let's see. 10:09 is 10:17, but it was confirmed. Emergency management confirming that. I tell you what, though, guys, I want to give a shout out. Let me go ahead and put this back for high res reflectivity. I want to give a shout out. It's a much deserved shout out to our linemen, our emergency personnel, the emergency management agency. Those guys do a fantastic job. We are blessed and thankful to have great linemen, electrical linemen, EMS personnel, county sheriff, local law enforcement, local police, even the storm chasers out there. I was talking to Aiden Eckleberry earlier, and he told me he's going to be over at Valmeyer, I think, early on, but I wished him safe. And storm spotters, they're the boots on the ground in terms of telling us, where, what the storm is doing. So if you have an opportunity, thank our linemen here locally. Thank our emergency personnel, our local and county law enforcement, our state. I tell you what, those guys, they deserve a lot of credit. And again, we are blessed and thankful to have them. I know several people who work in law enforcement. I know several who work for the fire departments, both city and rural. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. If you happen to see them, shake their hand, tell them how much you appreciate what they do, because I think about the linemen, for example, trying to restore power and all elements of the weather when the weather is not the best. And so, anyway, shout out to those guys. Sorry if I missed any comments here. I just want to go ahead and give a shout out, and much deserved shout out to Jeremy's comment. Dina, thank you. Hi, Tanya. Hey, my old neighbor, Tanya. Yeah. Tell Mike I said hello and the kids as well. By the way, safe well wishes tomorrow in Alabama and Mississippi. I saw the level 5, level 4, high risk for severe weather down there. Tell you what, you guys take care and be safe. I tell you, but by the way, I saw something here that caught my eye. Speaking of the level 5, I want to pull this up here. I had a screenshot on my phone earlier because I saw this. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. I want to read this here about that level 5 for Mississippi, Alabama tomorrow. According to the Storm Prediction Center earlier today, it was only the third time since at least 2006 when we can easily query our records, and likely only the third time in SPC history based on available data that a high risk has been issued on day 2. The 2 previous times were April 14th, 2012, April 7th, 2006. I thought that was an interesting stat there. Well, we have a moment here. I'm going to look at some reports here out of St. Louis. 1-inch hail being reported. According to MPing reports, hail about half an inch. Quarter would be pea-sized. Half dollar sized, that was reported near Barnhart, northwest of Valmeyer. So just kind of looking at some data here, some weather reports out from the Metro East a little bit. All right, Julie, sure thing. I was just kind of looking here. I wanted to give a quick shout out. O'Fallon. There's O'Fallon right there. Let's talk about O'Fallon. Radar indicated tornado warning threat. So there it is. We're going to zoom in on O'Fallon. There's the purple over Swansea and Belleville. So I'll draw this here for you. O'Fallon right here. Fairview Heights is over here. This right here is I-64. This right here is Highway 50. This right here is Highway 4. Scott Air Force Base, right where I have it circled at. Swansea down here. Belleville toward the bottom. Caseyville, Illinois over here. So those are just some of the areas I zoomed in there for you regarding O'Fallon. And taking a look here. So far, both tornado warnings radar indicated, but again, always the possibility they drop down a tornado, they can drop another one. Now I would treat it as if, given the atmosphere, given what this night, what we've seen so far in Missouri, Arkansas, tornadoes can spin up briefly and quickly. And I would, again, just in my expertise, in my view, in my opinion, I would treat it as if it's the real thing. And I want to go ahead and pull this up here, guys. So, talk about tornadoes real quick. I want to bring this up here. Nighttime tornadoes so dangerous. Again, they're difficult or impossible to see coming at you. Many people are asleep at night, not paying attention to the weather. People only rely on sirens for alerts who not hear them since they are inside. Some people silence or turn off their cell phones at night, unable to receive alerts. So that's why nighttime tornadoes are dangerous. And also, about here too, some nighttime severe weather safety tips as this night continues. Check the latest weather updates. Make a plan. If you already have a plan, good for you. Plug it on your NOAA weather radio. Charge your cell phone. I talked about bringing power banks. I've got my stuff packed up here in case if I have to bail out of here. Have a sturdy pair of shoes, clothes, and jacket in your shelter area. Also have flashlights. Have a first aid kit. Speaking of kits real quick, since we're on the, and we'll get back to the radar in a moment, but I want to show you guys here about building a weather preparedness kit while we have a moment. Again, some recommended items. This is from the National Weather Service. These guys do a fantastic job cranking out information, keeping you informed. Some recommended items. Get first aid kit, whistle, flashlight, extra batteries, battery-operated radio, food and water as well. Bring along some snacks, blankets and pillows. I got a sleeping bag next to my luggage here. Hygiene items, prescriptions, special needs items, change of clothes, and shoes. So I want to bring that to your attention. It just, I always say it's better to be prepared and be ready than to be caught off guard and blindsided by it. Thank you, Gayla. Good to hear from you. Stay safe. Hi, Paige. Good to hear from you. Kristen was wondering about Wayne City. Let's go ahead and take a look at Wayne City. Sunny saying wind picking up in Princeton. Nothing going on in Princeton right now, but we are keeping an eye on it here for you. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Wayne City. Wayne City at the moment. I want to go ahead and do something here. Let me we'll go back to the St. Louis radar site for a moment. I want to go ahead and let's see if I can. Let's see. I'm going to put a storm track here and see how far away that is. So let's say this right here. Wayne City, you asked, about 105 miles away from that storm near DeSoto, Missouri. So about 105 miles away from there. Maybe cut off at the top of the screen. Hey, maybe you'll see that. Let's see. Storms down here in Van Buren, Arkansas. Van Buren, Missouri, I should say. Arkansas too, for that matter. Let's see. And I'm just gonna do the leading edge of this here. Benton, about 102 miles away. Queensboro area, about 125, 126. So, again, again, keeping an eye on these storms here to our west. Shower activity, by the way, I want to go ahead and show you here the big picture. We're going to go ahead and go back a little bit in time as I zoom out a little bit. And I want to set this on automation, about 30 frames. You can actually see how the storms in Arkansas, how they just kind of exploded when you're going back and you're playing the automation here. Stop that here for a moment. I just want to show you guys that real quick while we have a moment here, just to kind of show you how these storms have progressed as time has gone on. 34 alerts so far. Tornado warning. Again, this is radar indicated, both radar indicated threats, but again, these two cells have produced tornadoes in the past. Let's take a look here at the velocity data. Definitely a little something. The rotation right here in this area, about Smithton, Freeburg area. That is within that tornado warning, about the middle of the track right there. Hi, Pat. Good to hear from you. Let's take a look here. Highland. Let's see. Golf ball sized hail dropping right now. Radar indicated a rotation at this time. Again, this is the same cell that had that tornado over in the Alton area. So it's over Highland, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And that was the one thing, too, about the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. They were talking about how fast the storms are moving. They were talking about the rapid pace right there. And you can definitely see it. I mean, the storms earlier when they were over in southern part of Missouri and northern Arkansas were traveling at about 70 miles per hour. They've got to slow down a little bit. But still strong, still potent. For those of you looking ahead in time here, we see Breeze, Carlisle underneath the tornado warning. Again, this is radar indicated. But I'm looking here if I'm over in Sandoval, Centralia, Salem, Kinmundy. You get the 57 corridor coming down here. You also have Highway 50, I-64. But I would say this area right here, I would definitely be keeping an eye on what's going on to the west. These storms are moving to the northeast. But I would definitely for sure be keeping an eye on this activity. And also, we can't forget about the storms in Arkansas. Let's go ahead and head down to Arkansas. They're getting closer and closer. Still a little bit behind, but they are still strong. Tornado observed for that one. Let's take a look at this one right here. This one is observed here. That was until 10:45, 10:29, 10:17. Large and dangerous tornado near Piedmont, Missouri, moving northeast at 55. Also, you will see this from time to time when it comes to warnings. Emergency management confirmed damage earlier near Fremont and Carter County. So this is that cell again. It's observed, causing considerable damage. It's northeast of Van Buren right now. Let's take a look here at the velocity data on this. It's kind of right there in the middle of where the radar is. You get the St. Louis radar site cutting in as well, so I don't think we're going to get a good shot of that rotation with it. This may be helpful, maybe. But yeah. But definitely keeping our eyes open down there to Arkansas, because these same storms in Arkansas and also Missouri will be making their way up here to southern Illinois. Another tornado warning issued over for Waterloo, Festus area. Let's take a moment here. Thomas, that's a good question. The reason why I'm saying Arkansas is because the way these storms have been traveling to the northeast, that's been the common trend for them in terms of movement. So for example here, if we're going to measure distance here, so we'll think about the front part of this. We'll say move it, what, northeast I said? So you're already, again, it's leading edge. So you're getting about maybe 100 miles away from Mount Vernon. We're already in Wayne County. We'll say Sisney about 136 miles away. Olney about 160. I've always said when it comes to storms that are far away, there's a lot of miles with them. There you got a lot of miles to travel. They're moving at a fast pace. But for the storms of Missouri and like southern part of Missouri, so like this activity right here, keeping an eye on it because it's moving northeast in our direction. And I know you got this line right here as well. We can't forget about that line. It's also moving northeast. But I would say a lot can happen between now and then when they get to our region, to our area. But is it possible? It is. But you also have to think too, there's some questions. How strong will they be when they get here? How potent will they be? What will the threats be with these storms when they get to our area? So will we be issued whatever warning? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I will tell you this, though. They still got some miles to travel, but again, they're moving at a pretty fast pace. Let me go ahead here and let's see. Well, I want to do a little track right here. I want to say to the northeast, and we'll see about 50 miles per hour. I said 46, but that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea here. So this is for the storm that's over here, moving to the northeast. And so we'll go down here a little bit. There's a lot of communities. I'm going to get to our area here. Let's see. Make sure I don't want to miss anyone. So Waltonville, Asheville, 120, 122 minutes. That's 2 hours from now. Ina, 126. Mount Vernon, that's Illinois, 134. Wayne City, 154 minutes. Fairfield, 169. Total population, 228,000. But again, that is, and a lot can happen between now and then, so we'll see. But I definitely for sure will be keeping an eye on this. Because again, it's just given the atmosphere right now and what's going on. Kind of flipping back and forth between the warnings here, seeing what's out there. Storms like what Jeremy said earlier down there in Van Buren, Missouri, that area, they look nasty. Let's take a look here at the St. Louis radar site. A little bit of a better visual. Radar indicated threat 1021. Let's about 13 minutes ago. Again, radar indicated rotation moving northeast at 50. Tornado and golf ball sized hail. Carlisle Lake area getting affected by this. Starting to see the velocity data of that cell near the Van Buren area. Definitely one of the strongest cells I've seen so far of the night. There's your rotation right there. Your Des Arc and Eplis. Again, very rural area, but you got Highway 67, 143 down there. You want to say Arkansas, it's Missouri. I will tell you this, Arkansas is a fun state to go to. Someone did ask me if we ever did the digging for the diamonds in Arkansas. When we were down there, we did not. We went to Hot Springs and Eureka Springs. Highly recommend both places, by the way. Time right now, 10:30. Let's go ahead and appreciate you guys watching the live stream here. Again, PDS Tornado Watch in effect until 3 a.m. PDS Tornado Watch, particularly dangerous situation. Just to remind you, for those of you who just hopped on, maybe just joining my live stream for the first time, welcome aboard on this Pi Day, this stormy Pi Day, March 14th. So again, it's until 3 a.m. Saturday, talked about Saturday a little bit. The threat will be over to our east, but I would say anywhere from Evansville pointing to the east, we'll have the greater chance of seeing some strong to severe storms. For us here in southern Illinois, even though we're on the border, the threat should be over to our east. Again, the south. That's where it's going to be at here. Also, when we have a moment here, you support me on Patreon as well. Support me on Patreon. There's also my YouTube channel. So maybe for someone you know, maybe doesn't have Facebook, but they want to watch on YouTube, they can. There's my TikTok handle. I was born on the 4th of July, and so some people call me a firecracker, and that's the inspiration for the name. I tried to live stream on TikTok earlier, and they wouldn't let me. But if you guys want to support me, you can. I greatly appreciate it. All right. Let's go back here to the radar site. Still have a moment here. We still got a bit of downtime, at least before the storms start to get here locally here for the Wayne County area. Say hi in the live chat if you want to. Monitoring the live chat here. Appreciate you guys watching. By the way, guys, the public stream on my personal Facebook page, that is public, by the way. You guys can share it. So if you guys want to share it, you can. We'll tell you this so far, 1,500 views. I don't do it because of the views. I just do it because I want to keep you guys informed of the latest weather situation and what's going on. Storms approaching I-57. Look at the way these storms are right now at the moment. So for those of you in the Fairfield area, you're wondering, and we'll go ahead and draw this here. These storms here, again, they're moving northeast. You see how that severe thunderstorm warning popped up for Ramsey, for example. They're going to continue this trend. So I'm looking at the I-70 corridor. I'm looking at Greenville right now on the leading edge. You got Vandalia, St. Elmo, Effingham, Greenup, Casey, Marshall, Charleston, my old stomping grounds, Mattoon, Shelbyville. Um, so there's I-70 right there. And then you got I-57. I can't draw to save my life, but there it is. There's 57. So there's my Pablo Picasso again, but you can kind of see how it's going to be riding I-70 pretty much. So here's Fairfield right here. There's Wayne City. There's Mount Vernon, Illinois. There's Mount Carmel, Princeton, Evansville. There's Flora. There's Olney. You see how the way it keeps going, it's going to keep going northeast. So that is the direction it's heading towards. I don't, and I'm just saying this, I do not see this, keep going northeast and then make a turn. I do not see that at all. I don't see that. It's going to keep going northeast. But these storms here, down here in this area, this group right here is what I'm really keeping an eye on because we'll see how much strength and intensity they have. But eventually, they're going to get into southern Illinois. We already got a little bit of rain right here. But these cells right here, they're still over in Missouri. You still got some in Arkansas. They're moving their way up here this way. Keep tracking the northeast, so we got to keep an eye on them. So I would say anywhere from this area right here is where we're going to keep an eye on here over the course of the night. Looking here at some warnings here. Radar indicated warnings so far. Or breeze. I'm going to see what the update is on that one. Moving northeast at 45. It was going 50, but it's slowing down a little bit. Tornado and golf ball sized hail. Seen a lot of hail here tonight, too. It's not just focus so much on the tornadoes, but hail can cause damage calls. Dents and dings to your vehicle, your roof. I would hate to be hit in the head by a heavy hailstone. I would hate to be hit in the head by one. Seen tennis ball sized hail, lime sized. So these storms have produced some big hail. It's not just the wind and the tornadoes that we should focus on, but also the hail as well. Rain-wise here, I could tell you not nearly as much rain here tonight as opposed to our counterparts of the east. And the reason why that is because these storms are moving so fast. They're moving at a pretty good clip. If they were moving slower, then I would say, we could have a flooding threat. But from what the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service have been talking about is pretty much areas east of us, east of the Wabash River, Kentucky, Tennessee, the South, Ohio, that area, Indiana, supposed to get heavier amounts of rain. But again, if you're driving out and about, heavy rain can be blinding, so just be careful. If you know someone who has to travel, and I didn't mean to do that, my mistake. This mouse, I'm telling you. But anyway. So just, again, a lot of rain out there. A lot of rain right now, but again, tomorrow, areas to our east are going to get it. Get a lot of rain. All right. Fredericktown. Tornado still on the ground over here. This tornado has been going up and down Doniphan with the observed tornado. Doniphan, Missouri. That's we actually, years ago, when we were at Current River, we spent the night in Doniphan, not too far away, and Current River runs right through there. So, okay, so if I zoom in tighter on Fairfield, yeah, someone asked about Fairfield. So I'm going to do this here if I can. Let me see. Sometimes if I do this marker, it won't let me zoom out. Yeah, it won't let me zoom out. So here's Fairfield right here. And I'm going to back up a little bit. So Fairfield is right here. Mount Vernon, Illinois, right here. There's Flora. There's McLeansboro. And so here's Fairfield if that helps. So there's Fairfield right there. There's your severe storms. Moving to the northeast. But we're also keeping an eye on the storms down there in Missouri and Arkansas. So that is where we're at the moment. Yeah, Donovan, Missouri. I want to look at this Donovan storm real quick. Radar confirmed. It's kind of interesting how you have, as I'm scanning here, looking at these tornado warnings here, it's kind of interesting how it's kind of cut in half. You have these right here, radar indicated tornado warnings, St. Louis area. But then you would get down here to, we'll zoom out a little bit. When you get down here to Missouri, Arkansas, a lot of these right now would confirm tornadoes on the ground with them. Little Rock, Cabot area, tornado warning up, but that's radar indicated. Yeah, you got 1, 2, I'm just kind of curious, 3, at least 3 tornado warnings. 3 confirmed. Arkansas Pine Bluff area, that's radar indicated. But yeah. Sorry about that, guys. It's the Zoom. I apologize for that. So let's go ahead and draw a little bit here. There's Cape Girardeau. There's Jackson, Missouri. This is I-55, Perryville. Goes on down. This is Sykeston. Poplar Bluff right here. There's Advance. Fredericktown right here. These storms coming in from the west. These are the ones to keep an eye on as well. Can't let our guard down. I'm going to go ahead and play this a little bit. We're going to kind of do a little history here. As we zoom out, I'm going to show you guys what this line has been doing. So play this out here a little bit. This is at 50 frames. Just to show you the growth that like the Arkansas storms have had, Missouri storms as well, and how these storms are moving. So that is like the big picture of the main threat. Stop it right there. We'll zoom in a little bit. Radar indicated threats. Radar indicated threat storms, tornado warning wise to the north side. Line trying to come together about right here where Farmington's at. So trying to kind of at least join together. Another confirmed and dangerous tornado on the ground in Missouri, south of Ironton, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar confirmed that one. Let's take a look at that one here. And whoops, that's definitely not the camera I wanted to show. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead here and click on the cell here. We're going to analyze it here. Show you the high res. If anything, it's about right here in this area. You kind of see where the blues and the greens are at when they meet together. We go ahead and go to correlation coefficient. Zoom in a little bit. It's near Annapolis. That area. This one right here looks pretty nasty too, for that matter. Starting to trying to develop a little bit of a hook right there. Trying to develop a little bit of a hook right there in that area. I'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure too. Getting closer to 11 o'clock. Still quiet here in Fairfield. Still quiet in Mount Vernon, Evansville area. But right now here we've got a line of storms to the west. It's produced hail. It's produced tornadoes, as we've had here. We've seen it here over the course of the night. This line has traveled quite a ways already. Possible, could be like a derecho type. Derecho, what that is, it's basically like a squall line. It could be, again, a squall line that is just known for winds. Can't produce tornadoes, but high winds. Travels many great distances. Can travel multiple states. Seen it happen. Back in Iowa years ago when it caused damage up there. We've had some derechos I've hit here in the past. But certainly, though, again, this line has a potential and to be a derecho type. By the way, we have some downtime. You can say hi if you want. Let's take a look here. I'm gonna do let's see. This cell is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so we're gonna go ahead and do a little storm track of it. So and we'll say 50. Okay. All right, so let's take a look here. I'm going to go down to the area. Let's see. Waltonville, 102 minutes away. Nason, 104. Thompsonville, 105 minutes away. Ina, 106 minutes. Mount Vernon, Illinois, 113 minutes. Off Dyke Bell Rive, 117 minutes. McQueensboro, 124 minutes. Wayne City, 132 minutes. Sims, 135. Fairfield, 145 minutes. Carmi, 146. Sisney, 148. So that is the storm track for that one as that cell moves to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Zoom out here, show you the big picture. So far, again, no storms right now. Right at this point right there, storms northeast of St. Louis. They're going to keep moving northeast, going to keep hugging the I-70 corridor, keep chugging to the northeast. The storms down there in southeastern Missouri. Those are the ones we're keeping an eye on here. But again, though, as we take a look here, a little bit of a gap in between both these lines. One of the things that was mentioned, if you recall, during some briefings that were held by the National Weather Service, meteorologists were also chatting about it, was a broken up line of storms. And this right here is that gap. So it's kind of broken up a little bit. So you have this cluster up here. Then you have this cluster down here. And you just have this gap right here. We'll call it G. So G for gap. So you have it right up here. So it's kind of a broken line a little bit. We'll see if they can close that gap. If not, then basically, again, you've got this hugging I-70 up here. Then you got these right here moving northeast. So definitely keeping our eyes peeled for that. But that is the big picture there regarding the line. As for Fairfield, by the way, oh my goodness, I did not mean to do that. That was the whole world that we just saw there. Welcome, what was it, Around the World in 80 Days, something like that. Didn't mean to do that with the mouse again. I apologize for that, folks. I have a love and hate relationship with this mouse. I swear to you, I do. All right, so Fairfield. I'll tell you where Fairfield's at here. Fairfield is right here. Mount Vernon, Illinois. Olney, Flora, Sisney, Wayne City, McLeansboro, Carmi. You've got Lawrenceville over here, Vincennes, Mount Carmel, Albion over here. You've got Mount Vernon, Indiana, Evansville, Indiana over here. This is Salem, Harrisburg. Yeah, I've circled Carmi already. We'll get North City. We'll circle North City. There's Benton. There's Heron. Carbondale, rain starting to enter, almost there, getting closer to you. But this right here, we're starting to see this right here moving on over to the northeast again. So these are the communities right there in circles, by the way. So said a tornado warning being issued for Greenville, Vandalia, St. Elmo. Let's read the details on that. Moment here, I want to show you. I know we got some people that are probably watching from afar, and they may want to know what, which National Weather Service office serves them in their area. So I'll pop that up here in a moment. National Weather Service St. Louis issues a tornado warning for Bond County, northeastern Clinton County, Fayette County, northern Marion County till 11:30 at 10:55. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Beaver Creek, 7 miles northwest of Carlisle, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball sized hail. This is a radar indicated threat. Jamestown 10:55, Beaver Creek around 11, Stolltown, Dudleyville, Keysport, Pleasant Mound, Smithboro, Pittsburgh, Vernon, Hagerstown, and St. Paul, Carlisle Lake again. I-70, I-57, and I-70 between exits 36 and 76, and I-57 your exit 135. So if you know someone in that radar indicated tornado warning, may want to give them a heads up, give them a call and say, hey, got a radar indicated tornado threat coming your way. Let's go ahead and take a look at it here. At St. Louis, we'll go to that radar site and we'll see here velocity data. One thing that really jumps out at me, we've seen it with other storms here. Let's see if I can pull this up here. You kind of see a little bit, a little notch right here. You also have trying to form like a little hook right here just north of Trenton. So again, near the Highland area, definitely want to keep an eye out for that. I'm going to draw a little here for you. Again, excuse my Pablo Picasso of a drawing. There's 57. So I'm going to draw 57 right here. I-70. All the way to St. Louis. So this is 70, I-70 right there. There's I-70. There's I-57. You also have some other main routes as well. Highway 51. Highway 51 cuts through Patoka, Vandalia. So big routes here. You also have over here Highway 15. And you also have Highway 50. And these numbers are just the interstate and highway numbers, but that's to show you where this is at right now. So again, I apologize for my drawing, but I hope it makes sense. Lexus, okay, just came in. I guess just happened to log on. Good to hear from you. Good question. Fairfield, let me show you where Fairfield's at here. I'll do a little drawing again. Fairfield right about here. Mount Vernon right about here. That's where they're at. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. At some point, you'll lose Fairfield. So, got a little thunder shower just formed right over Fairfield, according to the Evansville radar site. So, Fairfield, let me draw here. Fairfield is right here. That's where it's at. I was talking about the gap earlier right here. It's a little of a broken line. So, you have this group right here. This group is going to be hugging I-70 going to be kind of going north of Highway 50, hugging I-70. So you have I-70 right here. Well, that's a little bit off. That's a little bit off right there, but let me go ahead and draw that again. So I-70 cuts through Terre Haute. There's Effingham. Sorry about that. It keeps wanting to go up on me. So this is 70 right here. There's your storms. This batch is going to go to the north of Fairfield. You have these storms down here in Missouri and Arkansas that we're keeping an eye on because these storms are moving northeast and will, if they keep going at this rate, they so far have had, if you look at tornadoes from a perspective here in terms of, like on the ground tornadoes, it's kind of shifted from the northern side of this line to the southern side. And so this is actually coming together. It's kind of becoming a line. While these are kind of like individual supercells a little bit down here. And so I am concerned with, again, I'm going to put down the GS gap. So you have your G right here. You have the gap. You have it near Pinckneyville, Nashville, Festus. And then you have Fredericktown. You have Piedmont. You have Donovan, Missouri right here. These cells are the ones I'm keeping an eye on. So anything right here, anything like in this area, I'm keeping an eye on because, again, it's moving to the northeast. So, and I don't want to rule out our northern areas like Florida, Albany, Lawrenceville. I don't want to rule you guys out, but it's just the way this part of the line is moving this way. But these right here are the ones that so far on the board, if you look at it from an Illinois, Missouri type of standpoint, these are the cells right here that, again, have been having the tornadoes on the ground. So I hope that helps. So Alexis, in terms of Fairfield, right now it's quiet. We did have a little cell pop up. Yeah. Thundering in Albion. Thank you, David. Appreciate the comment. Doing my best here. Doing my best. All right, James, thank you. Thanks a lot, buddy. Thomas, I sprinkled at Fairfield for about 10 seconds. Quickest 10-second sprinkle, perhaps. So, yeah, you can actually see it right here. We'll zoom in a little bit on Fairfield. This is the Evansville radar site. So, here's Fairfield right here. There's that little thunder shower that just popped up. Starting to see some development over here in the Iuka area, Xenia, Highway 50, Flora. So, that's where it's at. Let me zoom out a little bit. So there it is. Let's go ahead. I'm going to play this here. Let's see. Let's go about 20 frames here. And you can see how this developed. So let me go ahead and do this here. Kind of see right there. See how it was kind of like we had some activity over here that was nothing, and then all of a sudden just like that just kind of popped up. So yeah, it just formed just right there. I have to keep an eye on those cells too in case if they start to get going. I'll stop the animation there. So yeah, that's what's going on. Let me see about this cell here. Let's look closer to home. Let's go ahead and take a look. We'll go down to Missouri in a moment. Provide you an update on that. Let's see. What time is it now? It's 11:03. So this is still the same information. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at it. And this is the Evansville radar site. I am not sure. This is usually the point where it gets cut off. But maybe it might offer a little bit of insight. So when it comes to high res, you can see this line right here. It's kind of like the boundary line, so to speak, for the Evansville radar site. So at some point, we'll use the Evansville radar site, but it's just too far out at this point. I can't really make heads or tails about it, so I'll have to go to a different radar. So let's go ahead here, and we'll go ahead and go over to St. Louis area. And let me see. That is the high res. So these different colors. Let me go ahead here and see. The information was where at again? Okay. Beaver Creek, northwest of Carlisle. Okay, so we're talking about this area over here somewhere, at least over in this area, is where they had the radar indicated rotation. If anything, again, this actually updated while I was analyzing. It's probably over Tamalco area right there. You kind of see where the yellow and the reds kind of meet up right there. So that is the latest update on that cell. Let's go ahead and go down to here to Missouri. This one's looking nasty. Look at that. Jim's saying wind's blowing in Boogerville. Yeah, look at that. That definitely catches your eye just southwest of Fredericktown. This right here is the Paducah. It's like the boundary line of their radar here. But I tell you what, that looks nasty. Let me go ahead and see if I can have a correlation coefficient. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, there's a little something right there. Right there in that area, southwest of Fredericktown. Something trying to spin up. This one is radar indicated, but something definitely trying to get itself going there. And it kind of is in this area right here. So maybe trying to get some inflow here, trying to get something going. So definitely keep an eye on that. That one is radar indicated ping pong ball sized hail, radar indicated tornado warning. Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Okay. Talked about Doniphan earlier, Doniphan, Missouri. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Manor, 9 miles southwest of Doniphan, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This tornado is on the ground. This is in southeastern Ripley County, southern Butler County in Missouri. Oxley around 11:05. Naylor, fair dealing around 11:10. Neelyville around 11:15. Harville and Poplar Bluff around 11:20. So this is an observed tornado on the ground. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's take a look here and see if we can get... I don't know, am I still on the Paducah? Yes, I'm still on Paducah. Let me see here. And you're looking about right here in this area. There's Doniphan. You kind of see how they kind of come together right there. Moving this way. Poplar Bluff right there. See what the correlation coefficient showing. Hard to tell. Let's see. You can kind of see it. I mean, it's just within the radar, but it's going, you can kind of see a little bit of it right there and moving. So kind of see where it was going there. But Poplar Bluff, Missouri, Doniphan area under the gun for a tornado, large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground there. That one is observed tornado in Arkansas. It's for northern Arkansas. Like, and those storms down there have just been really, really looking nasty on radar. Time right now, it is 11:08. We're a little bit past the top of the hour. For those of you who just joined me here on the live stream, let me introduce myself. My name is Derek Dunn. I enjoy tracking storms. I enjoy getting the information out there. I worked in media for years doing storm coverage on the radio. So those of you that are tuning in for the first time on my live stream, welcome. And so my Facebook page, it is public. It can be shared. Appreciate those of you who have shared here so far. And happy to have you guys on board and writing out right now so far. Again, I don't pay attention to the views. I just am doing it to keep you guys informed of what's going on out there. So far, 2,100 views. I appreciate you guys. Want to go ahead and bring you up to speed here regarding the latest situation here. Again, PDS tornado watch, in fact, until 3 a.m. Several strong tornadoes likely. Hail, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely. Wind, widespread gust up to 80 miles per hour likely. And so that's in effect until 3 a.m. for our counties to the north of us. Clay, Richland, Lawrence. That tornado watch for you guys is in effect until 3 a.m. as well, along with Marion, Salem over there. So again, that's until 3 a.m. We're tracking a line of strong to severe storms. Moving into Illinois right now, we still got some in Missouri that we're keeping an eye on. But this line still potent, still strong. The northern part of the line looks to bypass us. Starting to get some rain on the west side of Mount Vernon. But do not be fooled. Still got some storms over there to the west of us. So that is the PDS tornado watch. It is particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. You don't see those issued often. It's a rarity. But it's there to tell you that, hey, this is a situation. Well, we have a moment. It's nighttime. It's past 11 o'clock. I just want to go over real quick some severe weather safety tips in the nighttime here. Again, check the latest weather updates. Make a plan with those in your household about what to do in the event of overnight severe weather. We are in the overnight hours after all. Plug it into on your NOAA weather radio. Charge your cell phone. Keep it on to receive alerts. Have a sturdy pair of shoes, clothes, and jacket in your shelter area. Also, nighttime tornadoes. I talked about this in the live streams earlier over the course of the week, but why are they dangerous or difficult or impossible to see coming at you? Many people are asleep at night, not paying attention to the weather. People who only rely on sirens for alerts will not hear them since they are inside. Some people silence or turn off their cell phones at night, unable to receive alerts. So also, for those of you that, again, as we continue on over the course of the night, tornado sheltering guidelines, I want to pull this up as well. Seek the best available refuge area immediately when a tornado warning is issued. Your chance of surviving a tornado is excellent if you follow these guidelines. The worst options, mobile homes, vehicles underneath the highway overpass. Bad options, a large open room like gymnasium, manufactured housing. A good option, if you're in the worst or bad options, you got to find another option. For the good options, interior room of a well-constructed home or building, a basement. The best options, above or below ground, tornado storm shelter, in SSA, ICC 500 compliant, specifically designed FEMA safe room. So if you're in the good and best options, stay in place until the all clear has been given. And also, all this information I'm presenting to you, the National Weather Service, they do a fantastic job getting out the information. And so you can find it on the NWS sites. And there's people that are probably traveling out about this time of night. So tornadoes and road safety, what to do. Again, get off the road. The best option is to drive to a designated shelter, basement, or safe room. The next best option is a small windowless room or hallway on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. What not to do. Do not seek refuge in a vehicle outside or under an overpass. A highway overpass does not provide safety from a tornado. And do not seek shelter under an overpass or a tree. This puts you at greater risk of being killed or seriously injured by flying debris from the powerful tornadic winds. Also, real quick, an emergency preparedness kit as well. Some items to include. I know some people were reaching out to me and they were saying, hey, I've got some supplies on hand. So here are some recommended items: a first aid kit, a whistle, flashlight, extra batteries, extra cash or credit cards, battery operated radio, cell phone, charger, or charge power bank, food and water, 3-day supply, change of clothes and shoes, prescriptions or special needs items, hygiene items, blankets and pillows. And so, again, building a weather preparedness kit. I do want to go ahead and mention this here too. Wayne White Electric Co-op. We'll get this up here for you. The outage web map. I have not mentioned this yet. So far, no outages reported in the area they serve. So we'll keep an eye on that for you as well. And also the NWS areas, which NWS office serves you. For us here in Wayne County, for example, we'd be served by the NWS in Paducah, Edwards, Wabash, Hamilton, White, Jefferson, Paducah as well. Same thing with Evansville. If you want to go to Clay, Richmond, Lawrence, I'd be served by the NWS in Lincoln office, Washington County, like Nashville, Illinois, for example, St. Louis. So again, a stormy Pi Day. Haven't seen it sprinkled here in Fairfield for about 10 minutes, and that was it. Thanks very much for tuning in and joining me here, keeping you informed of what's going on over the course of the night. Going to ride out the storm here with you. I would also like to mention that if the internet goes down, the power goes down, so does the stream. But I'm giving you information, presenting to you information about the storms that are coming in. And so that way you guys are informed. That way you guys are aware of what's going on. As I always say, weather aware, and always be ready and always be prepared. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the map. As we're starting to see some more, we got a few more warnings that just popped up here on the board. And so already here for Fairfield, so far you're doing good. I do have a little bit of thunderstorm activity over to the North Florida, for example, Iola, Oskaloosa, Clay City up there in that area with thunder shower activity. We just had a new warning that just popped up, severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get to that here in a moment. Shelbyville, by the way, Tower Hill, Cowden, Herrick, Strasburg. Underneath the tornado warning, it's radar indicated threat. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and talk about this. This is from the National Weather Service in Lincoln. There's a lot of area, a lot of territory covered with this. So severe thunderstorm warning for Coles County, Southern Moultrie County, Northwestern Jasper County, Shelby County, Western Cumberland County, Northwestern Clay County, and Effingham County until 12:15. 11:14, severe storms are located along a line extending from Findlay to near Wright's Corner to near Carlisle, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated threat. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Severe storms, let's see here, will be near Cowden, Sullivan, Shelbyville, Findlay, Beecher City around 11:20, Allenville, Stewartson, Windsor around 11:25, Shumway around 11:30. Other locations include Cooks Mill, Altamont, Mattoon, Neoga, Humboldt, Effingham, Lerna, Charleston, Rardon, Janesville, and Teutopolis. Interstate 57 between mile markers 142 and 201. I-70 between mile markers 79 and 112. Also remain alert for a possible tornado. We have seen tornadoes spin up. These storms here, they could produce another tornado. And when you have it, I'll pull it back here in a moment here. But again, tornadoes possible. It has that possible tag with it. 1 inch quarter-sized hail, wind 70 mile per hour. Damage threat is considerable. You can actually see that at the top of the screen right there with a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe storms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room and a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. So that is the information there for you that popped up there on the screen. Again, I want to go ahead and pull back here a little bit. Here's Fairfield right here. Fairfield looking good so far. Mount Vernon, get a little bit of shower activity. We're looking at the Evansville radar site. We are seeing seasonal little thunder shower activity. Clay City, Florida, Louisville. Storms over here, by the way. These little thunder showers, that's not the main event. The main event is over here to the west of Patoka, west of Wilbarton, impacting Vandalia right now. See if there's an update on that cluster of storms right there. 11:17. That was a minute ago. Just got updated. Still a bit of rotation with a radar indicated threat near 6 miles south of Vandalia, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Tornado and $50 sized hail. Not the first report that we've seen $50 sized hail. Radar indicated threat. This tornado would be near Pocahontas around 10:55, Beaver Creek around 11. St. Paul, Vernon, Hagerstown, Pittsburgh, Smithborough, Keysport, Pleasant Mound, Dudleyville, Lavina, I-70, I-57. So that's going to go to the northeast of us right there. Say hi if you want to in the live chat. Still quiet out there. Sprinkled in Fairfield for about 10 minutes. You want to, you're more than welcome to. Allison is watching. Catherine saying, thinking it may miss Fairfield, my hope. I hope so too. I'll pull back the bigger picture and show you why here in a moment. Midday is getting hit. Kim Mundy, heavy winds. That's one of the things here that's been the primary threat all along has been the winds. And we've had a windy day today over the course of the day, but going in, Storm Predictions International Weather Service were saying damaging wind gusts were a primary threat. And there's been a lot of wind reports. Still got some tornadoes out there on the ground. Our radar indicated that also have been observed. Whoa, didn't mean to do that, guys. This mouse has got a mind of its own. I'm sorry about that. So I'm going to pull back here and just show you for a moment here what I'm thinking. And this is just based on what I'm looking at here. So right now we've got this cluster tornado warning issue for Effingham. We'll get to that in a moment. So right now we've got kind of a broken up line. We got a little cell trying to form there, kind of trying to get together, try to get that gap going. So this right here has been moving northeast. So it's been hugging I-70, the I-70 corridor. It's this area down here that I'm focused on because this activity is moving northeast. And so far, these right down here have had the tornadoes on the ground with them. These had tornadoes on the ground with them earlier. It's been radar indicated for at least over an hour now, a trend I've noticed. But these down here have really been I know so far, they've been a little bit more potent, I feel like. This is kind of more like a line that's formed together. And I always say, if you are people line of storms, there's always the possibility that you have a line of storms. Yeah, it's known for its the primary threat being damaging straight line winds, but they can also spin up and enhance. They can spin up a tornado and enhance the damage. A tornado can drop down and enhance the damage, and so that is. So that is the, so I just want to mention that real quick. So do not be fooled. Do not be caught off guard by that. Hi, Kim. Good to hear from you. Always good to see friends hop on the live chat. Effingham. Let's take a look at Effingham here. As I was talking about this, and tornado warning for Effingham County along with southeastern Shelby County until midnight. At 11:20, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Brownstown or near Vandalia, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball sized tail. This is a radar indicated threat. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes would be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Altamont 11:30, Effingham 11:40. Time right now is 11:23. Other locations in the path of this tornadic storm include Shumway and T-Town. I mentioned earlier that this cluster of storms has been hugging I-70. So Interstate 57 between mile markers 146 and 168, and I-70 between mile markers 79 and 101. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado threat. Golf ball sized hail, an inch and 3/4. So those of you in Effingham County, southeastern Shelby County, if you know someone in that area, call them up. Tell them to take cover now. Again, this is for Effingham County. To a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. Protect yourself from flying debris. So, get tornado warning for Effingham County. This includes the city of Effingham, Watson, Dietrich, T-Town, Stewartson, Moccasin, Altamont. It gets a radar indicated tornado warning. But again, guys, this is a night where tornadoes can spin up quickly. I talked about that earlier when I was showing you some graphics about how tornadoes can spin up and hard to see and difficult to see at night. So again, just to again, this is and this is a time of night here. It's already past 11 o'clock where visibility is low. You can only see a tornado by way of lightning, which is brief, and power flashes as well. If you recall, when we were covering the storms over the Metro East St. Louis area, you remember what I said in the reports and the warnings that were being cranked out. Power flashes were observed over in the St. Louis metro area. Look at the storms over in Missouri. The storm that's over Marble Hill, Missouri, Perryville, Missouri. That one's radar indicated, but still looks potent, still looks nasty. Poplar Bluff. This one was the one that had the tornado with it. Whoops. And we'll close out that. Poplar Bluff right there. Zoom out of that. This one's observed. What was the latest update on 11/18? Pocahontas, Pocahontas, Arkansas. Been to Pocahontas, Arkansas a few times. Pretty good sized city, a little bit bigger than Fairfield, about 6,000 some people there in Pocahontas, Arkansas. I remember we stopped there for gas. We were road tripping in Arkansas a little bit, so Walnut Ridge, that area. So here's the big picture as we take a look at the big view. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag with this one. It was 11/14. Last update there till 12:15. Coles, Moultrie, Jasper, Shelby, Cumberland, Clay, Effingham counties. Tornado possible tag with that one. Quarter-sized hail, wind 70 mile per hour, damage threat considerable. We are using the Evansville radar site, by the way, for those of you that are wondering. Tell you what, this is doing severe weather coverage over the years. Seen all kinds of storms. I've seen some nasty ones here. And tell you what, been a very active night. And you can say Storm Predictions International Weather Service hit the nail on the head with this one. Got a little thunder shower activity over here, still in the Sisseton, Florida, Albany area. Effingham County, radar indicated tornado warning out. Keeping our eye to the southwest, Perryville, Missouri, Marble Hill, Poplar Bluff. Definitely keeping an eye on those storms. Yeah, Thomas, I'll tell you what, it's going to be close. I think that cluster in southeastern Missouri, Perryville, Fredericktown, Marble Hill, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. This cluster right here, I think this one's going to track a little bit further to the south, but this one in particular, I really am keeping an eye on it. Just the way it keeps moving to the northeast. You have these little storms out here that are trying to form. But obviously, this one right here is definitely one of the stronger storms. And it's had a history of producing tornadoes. It's had a history of producing large hail. And so we definitely have to keep an eye on it. for those of us in southeastern Illinois because it keeps moving to the northeast. So I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I would like for it to weaken, but it's just. And if you're wondering where Fairfield is at, Fairfield is right here. This cluster moving this way. I'm also looking at Elkville and Benton. Yeah. A tornado watch, White County, till 3 a.m. Let's see. Okay, yep. 11:28. 2 minutes ago. Thomas, you're right. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Grassy, 10 miles west of Marble Hill, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Damaging tornado radar confirmed. So, Marble Hill around 11:35. Large and dangerous. It's on the ground. It's observed. Ping pong ball sized hail with this one. Seen a lot of reports of ping pong ball sized hail. So I said it was going about 60. So let's see. If I were to do this, we're going to go northeast about 60, and we'll type this in. Bring the tracker over here a little bit. Let's scroll down a little bit till I get Carbondale, by the way, 51 minutes. Carterville, 59. Goreville, 61. Marion, 66. Christopher, 68. Johnston City, 69. Thompsonville, 80. Carrier Mills, 80. Bonnie, 85. Updike Bellerive, we'll say the same, 92 minutes. Dahlgren, 94. As for Fairfield, 115 minutes away, less than 2 hours. Let's track on that cell. Oops. If you want to take a look at this here, let's say McLeansboro right there. You're talking about 98 miles away. And this is the part of the storm that's got the tornado with it, so I'm just highlighting that. Over at Albion, 130 miles away. Fairfield, we'll go back here about 116. Carmi, about 115 miles. So, just want to go ahead and show you guys that. Effingham County, an update for this one till midnight. 11:20, severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Brownstown or near Vandalia, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball sized hail, radar indicated rotation. It's back in about 12 minutes ago. So it should be near Altamont B. Altamont right about this time. Effingham, it's right there on your back door. Again, that's radar indicated threat. Tornado warning for Effingham County. Radar indicated Shelbyville. Radar indicated tornado warning. Decatur with a tornado warning. Radar indicated threat for that cell up there. Time right now is 11:30. Gonna do a little bit of looking around here a little bit. I'm gonna check something out here. Give me a moment. I want to see if there's any thing here from Paducah. Obviously, they probably got their hands full down there with the tornadoes that have happened. They're talking about Poplar Bluff earlier. Had some nasty rotation with that cell earlier. So they are busy. Kudos to, I talked about this earlier, kudos to the linemen, kudos to the emergency first responders who are out in this tonight. We're thinking of you. We appreciate it and thank you for all what you guys do. Also, for the forecasters out there, the meteorologists who are working, a lot of storms to track. Much kudos to you. You look at the big picture here as we zoom out. Take a look at the country pretty much. Again, it's a widespread event. This is the main event right here. Widespread event. We've seen tornadoes, 30 alerts, by the way, 30 warnings out. Fairfield, you're right here. So far, so good. Mount Vernon getting some rain at the moment. Do have a cell that's near Salem, by the way. If you look over there to your top left, you got the storms. Again, these storms are going to be north of Highway 50. They're going to be moving, again, along the I-70 corridor. I don't see them making a turn like, as I mentioned earlier, where they're moving northeast and all of a sudden they make a turn, quick turn to the southeast. I don't see that at all. They're going to keep riding northeast. But again, the area that we're keeping an eye on is over here in Missouri as those cluster of storms keep getting closer. Already got a new tornado warning issued, starting to creep into Illinois, western Jackson County. That's the same cell. It's actually top side of the cell, but the southwestern part of it is really the most dangerous part with that tornado on the ground down there. Western Jackson County till 12:15. 11:24, severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Alliance on 14 miles east of Fredericktown, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Tornado engulf and quarter-sized tail. Radar indicator rotation. Perryville around 11:30. Daisy around 11:40. Altenburg around 11:55. Starting to see some Illinois communities. Gorham, Verona. I-55. And the crosshairs of that cell already starting to impact I-55 right now. But obviously the big one here, the big story is this one. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Paducah radar site up here. And we'll get a little bit of a better shot into the cell. We're going to analyze it real quick. So let's go ahead and set the table here for you. Here's Perryville. This is Marble Hill. This is the part of the storm right here that's really the one with that tornado on the ground. This is Carbondale, by the way. This is Farmington. So I'm going to show you where those communities are at as we take a look here at the velocity data. We also see right here, too, this one is certainly definitely catching some eyes right here. Look at that near Perryville. Perryville, Missouri right there. And this is that of the Paducah radar site. If I'm Paducah, I'd definitely be keeping an eye on this right here. As we got something trying to spin up near Perryville. But as for Marble Hill, this area for sure. And we'll see if there's a correlation coefficient with this. Okay. So let me play this back here. I want to see here for a moment. Okay, yeah, you see it. There it is. So I know what you're probably thinking. You're probably thinking, what are you looking at here? Well, if you look right here, so pay attention to this dot right here. See this blue and green? I'm going to go ahead and just keep an eye on that here. And I'm going to play this here for you. I'll play this again, animation in loop. You kind of see it right there. You see that? Okay, that blue and green correlation coefficient. This is very useful for at night when you're trying to track tornadoes. So you see all this red on the radar. The red is just the rain. It's just the rain. It's just rain, pretty much, we'll say. But when you get to the blue and green, like this right here, that is basically stuff that's being lofted up into the atmosphere. We're talking trees. We're talking buildings. We're talking possibly cars. We're talking things like it's saying, hey, there's something in the atmosphere that shouldn't be there. There's something that, that it's not rain at all. So this right here, this is the CC, the correlation coefficient, and this is a very useful tool. And you can just see it right there again. You can see how it kind of progressed. So you see right there, right where it stopped at. Excuse me, you can kind of see right there. Ignore that sound effect. I need a drink here soon. But you can kind of see right where it's at. So I want to show you guys that. And we've seen some correlation coefficients here this evening. We have seen some signatures on radar. Oh, and there it is. Okay, they have really extended the warning out. Now we got Alto Pass, Grand Tower. All right, let's read the details on this here. And this is Carbondale's backdoor along with Murfreesboro. Let's go ahead and read this here. So for those of you who just joined me here, so we got a tornadic storm that's moving into southwestern Illinois. It's still over in Missouri, but the National Weather Service, they are issuing a warning out for this, for the Alto Pass area, Grand Tower, Ramona. Let's go ahead and read the details on this one. Just came in. National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning. Northwestern Union County, southwestern Jackson, Ballinger County. That's all Missouri. Actually, Union and Jackson in Illinois, Ballinger County, Perry County, Cape Girardeau County in Missouri until 12:30. Time right now is 11:40. And this is for 50 minutes. At 11:38, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Marble Hill, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Damaging tornado. We saw it on the correlation coefficient. And this is radar confirmed. This is a damaging tornado. Still over in Missouri, but it is threatening southwestern Illinois, a part of southwestern Illinois. So the tornado will be near Daisy, Patton, Millersville around 11:45, Altenburg around 12 midnight, Grand Tower in Illinois at 12:05. Other locations include Old Appleton, Glen Allen, Gorham, Pocahontas, Verona, Longtown, Sedgwickville, Oak Ridge, and Alto Pass. This includes I-55 between mile markers 106 and 123. And again, to repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. It is observed. Maximum hail quarter-sized. The damage is considerable, but it is a PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning out. So if let's go ahead and set the scene here. Let's zoom in a little bit. So here is Marble Hill right here. This is Marble Hill. This is Sedgwickville. This is Oak Ridge. This is Alto Pass. This is Cobden. Murfreesboro, you're right here. You're not in the, I didn't mean to cover Murfreesboro, but you're outside the tornado warning. Carbondale. This storm is coming in from the southwest. And if I'm over in Carbondale right now, I'd be having 1 foot in the basement. I would be having 1 foot in the basement. Heron, Carterville, Marion. There's Goreville to the south, Creel Springs, Elkville, Guinness, Ziegler, West Frankfort. So this is, again, a PDS tornado warning. Let's go ahead. So those are the communities, even though they're outside the tornado warned area. But boy, I tell you what, by golly, I'd be keeping an eye on this cell over in the Marble Hill, Missouri area. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this one. This one just came in as well. This is the Marble Hill one. Okay. I thought it was a different warning here. It's the same one I just read. Let me see if this is radar indicated over at Perryville, by the way. It is. Oh my goodness. Large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Perryville, Missouri. PDS tornado warning, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Damaging tornado, PDS, Perryville, Missouri. A lot of people live over in Perryville. It'll remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Jackson and central Perry counties, including Longtown. Let's take a look at this here. This is one of the cells that we're keeping an eye on. We'll get to the north here in a moment. And look at that. You've got 2 areas of rotation. 2 couplets. You got one right here. This is the one near Marble Hill. There's Marble Hill right there. And you've got the one over at Perryville near Longtown. If I'm over at Campbell Hill, Ava, Vergennes, DuQuoin, outside Oakville, I would definitely say if you know someone in those areas, you may want to call them up and say, hey, we got ourselves, this is a dangerous situation. Carbondale, Murfreesboro, right there. These communities, even though they're outside the warned area. But by gosh, I would definitely say, hey, we got a situation here. So even though it's out, but the way the storm is, it has produced tornadoes. It's not just those two it's producing. But I tell you what, it's big. It's still pretty healthy looking. So we got to keep an eye out for it. Effingham, tornado warning radar indicated. We'll go back up to Effingham. 11:41. Time right now. It's 11:44. New update. Radar indicated tornado warning for Effingham County. Hail about inch and 3/4, golf ball sized. 11:41, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Shumway, 9 miles west of Effingham, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball sized hail. This is a radar indicated threat. Again, Shumway, right now, what I say, time it as well, 11:45. Should be about Shumway, 11:45. Effingham, about 11:50. Sigel, Effingham County Airport, and Mode. Mode is just off of the highway for Stewart's and Strasburg in that area. Let's turn off there to go to Mode. I-57 between mile markers 146, 168. I-70 between mile markers 79 and 101. Again, this is radar indicated tornado warning producing golf ball sized hail. But there it is. Let's see if we could pull up. I don't know if the Evansville radar might have a shot at this. Maybe. Let's go and zoom in on that and take a look at it here. See if there's anything. If anything right here, this area right here definitely stands out to me near Wilbarton, just to the west of McLeod and Edgewood. So I would definitely keep an eye on that area. I mentioned Shumway right there. Shumway is over here, by the way. This is Effingham. So I'm going to circle Effingham. That way you know where Effingham's at. But I can definitely see there's some rotation right there. Shumway in this area right here. But this right here stands out to me a little bit. So definitely keep an eye on that. The guys are. Zoom out a little bit. And that is within the Evansville radar site. So we'll see here about that. Let's take a look here. The storms to our southwest. Yeah, this one over Perryville. I hope the folks at Perryville and the communities here tonight that have been impacted by tornadoes, I hope that they were able to take shelter. And I also want to say personal thoughts of those affected by the storms tonight too. You look at these tornadoes, you look at how there's been multiple tornadoes on the ground. There are lives that have been forever changed. I go back to April 21st, 2002, when the F3 tornado came through Wayne County. I was 7th grade at the time. My folks and I were home at the time when the tornado hit. I'll never forget hearing the sound of the tornado. I never will forget hearing the roar of that storm. And my life forever changed, and it also made me want to become a broadcaster, forecaster type, because having that advanced warning helps save our lives. And so that's one of the reasons why I do it. This is one of the reasons why I do it. And so, anyway, I just want to say that because there are lives that are being forever changed tonight. So again, prayers and thoughts of those being affected by the storms tonight. So Perryville, that storm looking nasty on radar. Marble Hill, that cell. We'll take a look at it. Not quite the same. If there's anything, it'd be about right here, but it's not as pronounced coupled as that one up there is near Perryville. But still, though, this cell is continuing on. We also do have another cell down to the south here. This one had a tornado near Poplar Bluff. Let me see if this is a new one. 11:37. This one was located over Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Weather spotters confirmed this tornado moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Talked about Donovan, Poplar Bluff earlier. Weather spotters confirmed that one. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Live chat, by the way, is open. You guys want to say hi? Picture of the radar will pop back up here. By the way, for those of you that are watching this, able to tell if the winds are picking up, moving these storms faster. You know, it's interesting to say because, and that's a good question. I've noticed over the course of the night since starting about 9 o'clock, I think. We'll say about 9 o'clock. I've noticed how some of the storms have been traveling at various speeds. I know there was one storm that I covered earlier that was going about 45. There was another cell that was going about 50. The one down there in Poplar Bluff area is traveling 65. Storms can just speed up and slow down a little bit. And so, let me see. Let me get back to the reflectivity here. But I'm telling you, it's storms are just interesting. I mean, it's like they don't really. I mean, they just mix and match up their speeds, and it kind of throws off the estimated time of arrival a little bit. Now, if you have a storm that's traveling at a pretty consistent speed, then you can probably pinpoint that one pretty good. But when they kind of speed up and slow down like that, it's always a little bit like a curveball. And it depends on the storm. It depends, what the storm is doing and all that. Evansville radar site is what we're looking at here. Fairfield looks like the leading edge of some rain is starting to creep in. We'll zoom in a little bit on Fairfield, the home base, if you will. So Fairfield right here, Golden Gate, Albion. Now the focus has mainly been to the north and southwest, and I apologize for that, but at least it gives you some insight as to what I'm looking at. Mount Vernon's over here, Wayne City. Shout out to my friend Moss over there, Sisney, Mount Airy, Albion, Golden Gate, Fairfield. We got Mill Shoals, Barnhill down here. So, Grayville over here. Had some light rain, some thunder shower activity, but again, do not be fooled, do not be dismayed, do not be fooled by that. But again, like I said, this is this cell over here in Missouri is just nasty looking. It's absolutely nasty looking. It's kind of familiarizing myself again with the map a little bit. See if there's any more updates. These storms over in Missouri have just been crazy down here. They've been nasty. Poplar Bluff having a tornado in their area. Perryville. You go to the north here, you can see that just by looking at it. See these storms again moving to the northeast. So here's Fairfield right here. I'm going to circle Fairfield real big. So Fairfield's right here. These storms are going to go to the north of Fairfield, but it's these down to the southwest that it just had me concerned. And this cell in particular, I mean, this one's traveled quite a way. And we talked about how cells, I mean, there are cells that are some that are short-lived and there are some that are long track. And this one right here, this one I'm looking at down here in Missouri, that one would definitely be in a long track category for sure. Just the way it's just been going. It's a powerful cell for sure. Stacy watching me on YouTube. Thanks, Stace. Good to hear from you. Hi, Tracy. Yes. I'm a little tired. It's about my bedtime right now, honestly. But I'm drinking Celsius. I've got ginger ale on hand. I've got water. That's a weird combination of drinks, I know, but it's keeping me awake. After this thread is over, I am just going to sleep in. Winds whistling. I've been hearing that too. Angie, I would say that storms down just by looking at the radar here. Um, Good question, by the way. Let me zoom out a little bit here to answer your question. I want to show you just the kind of like the big picture. So again, this is the main event. Circle it right here. These cells are going to go north of Fairfield, this part right here. Notice how it's been mainly radar indicator rotation. We just had one issued north of Effingham for my old stomping grounds in Charleston, Coles County. We'll take a look at that one in a moment. But the strongest cells appear to be ones down here. So like over in like Perryville, Carbondale, knocking on Carbondale's back door, Benton, not Benton, excuse me. But you go, I'm saying the Perryville storm's right there. Poplar Bluff, another tornado warning just popped up. There's Sykeston, by the way. Lambert's Cafe, home of the Throwed Rolls. And then you got I-55 right here. So these storms along I-55 at the moment are those that are entering southwestern Illinois. So I'll draw a little SW southwest and then Illinois right here. These storms appear to be the ones that are really have been the strongest so far. These earlier were, but then when these developed and they started moving to the northeast, that's what it seemed like. The power has kind of shifted a little bit. Yeah, these cells are still strong up here. Don't get me wrong. But I just feel like if you look at it from a potency, if you look at the tornadoes that are on the ground right now, and that's been one of the big threats here, and the wind and the hail, these storms down here in Missouri, in the Boot Hill area, southwestern Illinois, northeastern Arkansas, these are so far, in my opinion, the big dogs. I hope that answers your question. But they've done, I mean, in terms of strength-wise and intensity, pretty high right now for the moments. And obviously for all of us here locally in the Fairfield area, and even those like southeastern Illinois who had some thunder shower activity that's formed so far, it's been quiet, but we're hoping and praying that these storms weaken. But so far they are strong, and they are certainly strong, certainly severe, no doubt about it. But if you had to ask me, out of the clusters of lines, which one? I mean, this is the northern end. This is the southern end. This southern end right here to me has just been the stronger. It's the stronger of the two clusters. And even though this was a gap, it's starting to form a little bit, but these clusters right here have just been stronger than the northern part. So I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry if I rambled on a little bit right there. My mistake. This mouse... I need to get a better mouse or something. Effingham radar indicated tornado warning threats. Let's see. What time is it? 11:57. I thought that one was updated. Oh, it was the one over there north. Okay, this is Neoga, Paradise, Woodbury, Greenup. This is from the National Weather Service in Lincoln. Southwestern Cole, southeastern Shelby, Cumberland County, north central Effingham County until 12:30. Severe storms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Stewartson, 7 miles southwest of Neoga, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicator rotation. Falling debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. These dangerous storms will be near Neoga around midnight, Lerner around 12:10. Janesville as well. Janesville just south of Charleston. I-57, I-70. So again, this is a tornado warning radar indicated threat, quarter size inch hail. Capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Let me, give me a moment here and by the way, it's midnight, y'all. Well, 11:59, but we'll say midnight. I'm going to look up and see if I can find any damage reports maybe from these lines of storms. Let's see. If there's anything there, I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if there's anything like, even from like the tornadoes from earlier Maybe some wind damage. Let's see if there's anything. Seeing some pea-sized hail reports. Oh my goodness. Wow. I have not seen this in a long time. This is between Pocahontas and Mulberry Grove. This is an MPing report. This happened at 11:08. This person reported hail 2 inch and a quarter. And the size of hen egg plus. Holy cow. That was that. Yeah, that is incredible. I'm definitely screenshotting that. That is just crazy. That was at 11:08. That is incredible to me. Hen size plus. I don't think I haven't seen it in a long time. I've seen baseball sized. But hen size plus. However, Maryland Heights, there's St. Louis 3-inch limbs broken. That was 11:13 when that was reported, by the way. So, okay. Wow. Hen egg plus. That is crazy. All right. Severe thunderstorm warning just been issued. Let's see here. Time. Actually, that's about to expire. It's already midnight. My mistake on that. Okay. Tornado warning for Elkville, DuQuoin, Tamaroa, Valier, Christopher, Ziegler, Royalton, Hurst, DeSoto, Murfreesboro. It is the top of the hour. Thanks for joining alongside here. And I'd like to introduce myself for those of you that are new here on the live stream, whether you're watching on my Facebook page or YouTube. My name is Derek Dunn. Glad to be with you here on this March 15th. It was Pi Day yesterday, and covering severe weather across southern Illinois at this time. For those of you that are new here, maybe it's the first time you've tuned in. I've been tracking storms for years. I was in radio, did severe weather coverage on the airwaves, and using the experience I have attained over the course of the years as a broadcaster, still announce games outside of my current job. But weather is always something I've been fascinated with, and I'm happy to be here with you providing some information here about tonight. Guys, let me go ahead here, and I'm going to pop this up here about the warning move this down here a little bit, this is from the National Weather Service in Paducah. And let me go ahead here and let me go ahead and pop up something here for you. Let me read this off here. Again, tornado warning for eastern Perry County, northwestern Williamson County, Jackson County, western Franklin County until 12:45, 11:58. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Ava, 11 miles west of Murfreesboro, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Tornado at quarter-sized hail, radar indicator rotation. This is radar indicated at the time. Hail about quarter-sized. Dangerous storm be near Ava and Murfreesboro around 12:05. DeSoto and Elkville around 12:15. DuQuoin around 12:20. Royalton and Christopher around 12:25. Valier and Ziegler around 12:30. Other locations include Gorham, Orient, Dow, North City, Buckner, Bush, St. John's, Vergennes, and Freeman Spur. Also includes I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 64 and 65. Close out of that. And already seeing here, again, this cell moving into southwestern Illinois. Still get a tornado on the ground with this one. Last update, 11:51. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Daisy, 12 miles north of Bollinger Mills State Historic Site. That's over Missouri, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Allenberg, 11:55. Grand Tower, right about this time right now. So, and we'll take a look at that cell here in a moment. Let me go ahead and paint for you here some of the main highways here. Take a look here. We got Highway 51 cutting through DuQuoin all the way down to Carbondale. We also have 13 as well. Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro. So Murfreesboro's right here. Carbondale is right here. Carbondale not in that tornado warned area, but just on the outside of it. West Frankfort is over here. This is 57. So I'll make a little drawing here. So this is I-57. Royalton, Ziegler. This is the 148. Gets through Christopher. So Christopher's right here. There's Mulkeytown. Benton outside the tornado warned area, but if I'm Benton, West Frankfort, Cesar, Ewing, I would definitely be alert for this one as it continues to move to the northeast. Well, we have a moment here. I'm going to go ahead and show you here some since we've had some tornadoes over in Missouri. I'm going to show you some tornado sheltering guidelines for a moment. Apologize for the guys, had to step out for a moment there. But it is important to know about the tornado sheltering guidelines. Also, nighttime severe weather safety tips as we're already past midnight. So again, check the latest weather updates. Make a plan if you haven't done so already. Plug in, turn on your NOAA weather radio. Charge your cell phone. Bring a power bank with you. Have a sturdy pair of shoes, clothes, and jacket in your shelter area. You can find all this information on the National Weather Service site. Also, again, nighttime, also why nighttime tornadoes so dangerous. We've seen several of them here over the course of the night. Difficult or impossible to see coming at you. Many people are asleep at night, not paying attention to the weather. People who can only rely on sirens for alerts will not hear them since they are inside. Some people silence or turn off their cell phones at night, unable to receive alerts. So, again, just want to tell you about that. Did hear rumble of thunder outside, by the way. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the weather radar. See what's going on. As right now here, we're looking at the Evansville radar site, keeping an eye here on storms over to our southwest. So you may be hearing a rumble of thunder in Fairfield, like I just heard some thunder outside. Fairfield, you're right here. So far, so good. For those of you over at Mount Vernon, right here, Wayne City, we got Albion, Carmi, McLeansboro, you got Harrisburg. You guys are good. Olney, Flora, you guys are good so far. But you got these storms coming in from the southwest. Up north, by the way, northeast of Effingham, tornado warning radar indicated for Neoga area. But the storms down here to the southwest certainly have really been the ones that really have had a lot of the strength here as of late. You can actually see it's more than just one cell. You got a cell right here. You got another cell down here. You got another one already near Corning, Arkansas. Starting to get into the Boot Hill area of southeastern Missouri. Let's go ahead and take a look at this cell. Let me see if Paducah may have a little bit of a better shot, and Paducah does. Let's go ahead and tighten up a little bit. As we're going to take a look at this cell, it's caused tornadoes. Hey, look right here. You can actually see the Grand Tower area. Let me move this away if I can. No, it cannot. Let me do away with that. So this right here, definitely see some rotation right there. Also see something perhaps trying to spin up over here just to the southwest of Vergennes. But obviously these two areas, we'll have to keep an eye out for them. But certainly though, this is the same cell that actually had two tornadoes at one point. You had one on the northern end impacting Perryville and the other one near Marble Hill. And you kind of see why a little bit if you look at the velocity data. You kind of see how there was a little bit of that dip right there. You kind of see where that rotation is right there. Starting to see something trying to form right here. And looks like, okay, we got a new tornado warning has just been issued to our southwest. Let's do it with the high velocity data. This is tornado warning radar indicated. National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Williamson County, southeastern Jackson County, southwestern Franklin County, and east central Perry County in Missouri until 1 a.m. At 12:09, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Grand Tower, 11 miles southwest of Murfreesboro, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. This is a radar-indicated threat. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning for Illinois counties and northwestern Williamson County, southeastern Jackson County, and southwestern Franklin County. Dangerous storm will be near Murfreesboro and Carbondale around 12:15. Time right now is what? Yeah, already 12:11. DeSoto and Hearst around 12:20. Royalton, Elkville, Heron, Cambria, and Carterville around 12:25. Energy, Craneville, Christopher, and Ziegler around 12:30. Johnston, City West, Frankfort, and Valier around 12:35. Other locations include White Ash, Culp, Gorham, Orient, North City, Buckner, Bush, and Freeman Spur. Again, this also includes I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 57 and 65. So if you know anyone in that area I just mentioned, again, may want to call them up and say, hey, you got a radar indicated tornado warning out for you, but this storm is severe, has produced tornadoes in the past, can still drop another one again. Atmosphere, the conditions still favorable for development. So for those of you, again, in the areas, again, of southeastern Jackson, southwestern Franklin, and east central Perry County, Missouri, along with northwestern Williamson County, take cover now. Get moved to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So that is the latest tornado warning to come in. Carbondale, Heron, Carterville. Let's see. This one was until 1 a.m. This one was just issued. So northwestern Williamson County, southeastern Jackson County, southwestern Franklin County, east central Perry County until 1 a.m. at 12:09. Yeah, let me see if this is the same one. Kind of got them bunched up together a little bit. Yeah, it's the same one. So if you look right here, it's kind of overlaps a little bit. But still, though, has rotation with it. Cape Girardeau under the gun, by the way, down to our south. This one's going to be north of Sykeston. Looking here at the storm down there. As for the north part here, National Weather Service in Lincoln. We got one up there in Arthur. That one's radar indicated. This one is observed. Confirmed tornado located over Lerna near Mattoon, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado. This is up north of us here. We'll be over the rural areas of southwestern Coles, Cumberland, northeastern Effingham counties, Trilla, Loxa, Etna, Woodbury, Coles County Airport, and Paradise. So they've got a radar. They've got a Confirmed tornado over Lerna up there, not too far away from Charleston. If you don't know where Lerna is at, Lerna is right here. Going up north for a little bit here. This is Lerna. This is Charleston. This is Mattoon. This is the cell right here. Moving this way to the northeast. Got some friends up there living in Charleston. Take care, guys. Be safe. Heard some rumbles of thunder so far. My phone's been blowing up, by the way, so thank you guys for sharing the streams, by the way. I hope it's helping you out. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you sharing the streams. Middle of the night, tracking severe storms across southern Illinois. Moving northeast, west of I-57 for now, but again, just heading to southwestern Illinois. We're keeping an eye on that. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and do something here. I'm going to go ahead and back out a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this here. This is Fairfield right here. So I'm going to circle Fairfield. Fairfield, you're right here. Wayne City over here. McLeansboro, Carmi, Mount Carmel. This is the cell right here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tell you how many miles away it is. I also put a storm track as well on it. Let me see here. So we'll say Elkville, we'll say about that. McLeansboro, about 35 miles. Mill Shoals, about 50. Fairfield, about 54. Wayne City, 43. Of course, Mount Vernon be a little to the north, but it's making that northeasterly track. Albion, about 69. We'll say 70 miles. West Salem, about 73. Sisney, 58. Fairfield, 55. Mill Shoals, 51. Let's see. Let's put a storm track here on this. And we're going to say, we're going to do about the Elkville part of the storm. We'll do that. And let me see what the latest speed was on it. 65. Okay, so let's go ahead and put a storm track on it. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll say northeast. Yeah, we'll go quite a ways. We'll go about 65. Ina 17 minutes, Macedonia 23, Opdyke 26, Bellrive 27, Dahlgren 28, McLeansboro 31 minutes, Keens 35, Thackeray 36, Mayberry 36, Wayne City 37, Sims 40 minutes, Springerton 42, Millshoals 44, Barnhill 44, Fairfield 47 minutes, Burnt Prairie 48, Jeff 48 minutes, Sisney, this is 50 minutes away from you. Enterprise 53, Golden Gate 53, Ellery 56, Mount Erie 57, Grayville 60, Albion about an hour away from now. Brown 63, Bone Gap 65, West Salem 67. So that is how far, that's the track of the storm down to our southwest. So the Evansville radar site. Maybe hearing a few rumbles of thunder at this moment. Activity still to our southwest, but definitely keeping an eye on it for sure. I'm going to go ahead and check something real quick, guys, if you don't mind. As I'm going to look at this here, see if I can pull this up. Okay, so I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up. Let's see if I can do this. Let me see. I can't swing it over. Okay. So obviously we're still underneath the PDS tornado watch until 3 a.m. Clay, Richland, Lawrence, Jefferson, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, Hamilton, White, Saline, Gallatin counties again until 3 a.m. Um, I will tell you this, though, St. Louis is no longer in the tornado watch. So once this line moves through, I call it the main event, once this main event moves through, we should be good. But St. Louis no longer underneath the tornado watch. So we just got to, again, guys, it's already past midnight. We're going to ride out this storm together, like the REO Speedwagon song, Riding the Storm Out. You ever heard the song? Crank it up a little bit. That's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be riding this storm out. Would also like to mention, for those of you that are new here, I do not have a generator. So if the internet power goes out, so does the stream. So also real quick too, I'm on Patreon as well. I've made improvements to my tech here in my office. If you guys want to support me on Patreon, you can. There's also my YouTube channel. I tried live streaming on TikTok and it's not letting me do that. So, but anything is greatly appreciated, whether it be $1 or $5. But we'll tell you that the money will go toward tech upgrades here for me. Just like to better the tech over the course of time. So I'm also on YouTube as well. Appreciate the audience I have on YouTube. Let me see here if I want to check something here. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay. By the way, guys, I appreciate your compliments here. I do my best. I try. Keeping you informed ahead of the storm. Catherine said, if we have a storm about an hour out, where's the thunder we're hearing coming from? Just curious. If you look right here, and let me see. Oops. Let's move this over. So Fairfield right now, Fairfield is right here. Kind of starting to see some yellows and reds creeping in. And we got a tornado warning from Mount Vernon, Illinois. That just came in as soon as I started drawing. We'll get to that here in a quick moment. But you're starting to see some yellows and reds coming in. So let's go ahead and get to that. This is radar indicated threat. Mount Vernon, Illinois, Spring Garden, Nason, Waltonville, Belle Rive, Bluford, Waltonville, Bonnie, Ina, Spring Garden, Mount Vernon, Illinois. Underneath a tornado warning, this is radar indicated threat. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate it. And tell Todd I said hello, by the way. National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning, radar indicated. I want to stress that radar indicated for northeastern Perry County, Jefferson County, northwestern Franklin County until 1:15. At 12:20, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over DuQuoin, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This is radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Recessor and Red Lake area around 12:25. Mount Vernon around 12:35. Bluford around 12:45. Other locations impacted by this tornadic storm include Waltonville, Ina, Belle Rive, Bonnie, and Nason. This also includes the following highways: I-57 between mile markers 78 and 98, I-64 between mile markers 73 and 90. Again, this is radar indicated tornado warning, but again, it's nighttime. Tornadoes can spin up briefly. They could happen. They can spin up on a dime. So take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Again, this is a tornado warning. Radar indicated. Hail size, by the way, 3/4. This is for Jefferson County and Mount Vernon. And this is from the same cell that's moving through DuQuoin as well and Elkville. Let's go ahead and take a look at this here. We're going to analyze the storm. We can go to high-res velocity data. If we have anything, this area would be the concern right here, right where I'm circling the white, near Sandridge, Murfreesboro. Moving this way. So I would definitely be keeping an eye on it. There's a little bit of a notch right there. Let me look at this information again real quick. Okay. It looks like, to me, just by reading the data, this is kind of on the outward edge of the Evansville. Let's say in this area right here with the DuQuoin right here. You can kind of see how it's going this way to the northeast. And so, but anyway, that is where if there's any rotation, any sign of tornadic activity, it would be within that part of the cell right there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the correlation coefficient. We'll see here, maybe we might be able to see as it was tracking across. Feel like when it was over in the Perryville area, that's when it was really, you could definitely tell it had the correlation coefficient with it, but it looks like it's not as pronounced as some of the ones that we've seen earlier. We're going back to the St. Louis storm, but still though, does have a rotation within it. Still has a couplet. Taking a look at the other storms that we have a moment. Tornado warning continues until 1 a.m. Timer now is 12:26. That information is old. Hopefully we'll get an update on that shortly. Okay, still old information right there. Let's go ahead and go back to the reflectivity data. There it is. There's the cell. And so again, they were saying about this part of the storm. Actually, it's a bit off. So right about this, I still have the pin tool. Right here in this area right here was the concern, and that's where they issued the warning for Jefferson County. Also, northwestern part of Williamson County as well. So that's why they issued it. So if you know anyone that lives over in Jefferson County, Mount Vernon, radar indicated tornado warning, but still, again, the way that this cell has had a history of tornadoes, and like I said, it can drop down another one. There's still some spin in the atmosphere to do that. This one up there north of Charleston, by the way. When was it? 12:17. I was kind of looking at it real quick. That was about 10 minutes ago. Charleston around 12:25. Got friends that live up there. Went to school at Eastern up there. So thinking of those guys. Stay safe. Cape Girardeau under the gun. Another tornado down there in southeastern Missouri. But the one here in Jefferson County so far, tornado warning, radar indicated. This one will expire until 1:15. So, as I mentioned, time right now is 12:28. So this one is going to be here, give me an effect for not quite an hour. But this is moving northeast at 55. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on it. And we'll pan back out a little bit. And I'm gonna put this about Mount Vernon, actually, is what I'm gonna do. So we'll take this. We'll say 55. Swing this around down here. Obviously, Mount Vernon's right there. You're already getting impacted. Got Marlow 7 minutes, Blueford 11. Keensville. I don't think I've ever seen Keensville before, but we'll say Keens at 17 minutes. Orchardville 22. Round Prairie 25. We start to get into some Wayne County small towns, villages. Johnsonville 27 minutes. Jeff at 32. Sisney at 32 minutes. Reiner 33, Enterprise about 36, Flora at 37 minutes, Mount Erie 43 minutes from now, Clay City 44, Wynoosa 46 minutes, Sailor Springs about 47 minutes away from now when the storm will be upon you if it keeps traveling at this speed. Parkersburg 54, Olney 58 minutes. So that is how far the storm is right now. We'll do away with that. I thought I did away with this. I guess not. This is what I get for being, it's already past my bedtime here. And again, once this is over, I will be sleeping in. Thanks for hanging out with me here, guys, on this early Saturday morning. Started this at 9 o'clock on Pi Day, right around 9 o'clock. I've been live streaming here for the past few hours. Let's take a look here, see if there's any updates on the storm down here to the south. Okay, here we go. We got an update now. Time is 12:30. This was at 12:26. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Murfreesboro, moving northeast at 50 miles per. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes would be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Royalton, DeSoto, Elkville, Hearst, Heron, Cambria, Carterville, Carbondale around 12:30. Energy, Craneville, Ziegler around 12:35. Johnston City, West Frankfort, Christopher around 12:40. Valeria around 12:50. Also, Cope, Orient, Freeman, Spur, North City, Buckner, and Bush. Let's go ahead here, and it's good to have some updated information about that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, guys, and show you the major routes here in some of the towns. I'll be drawing some circles and lines, so I'll do my best to be Da Vinci this time, not Picasso. I'll be Da Vinci for a little bit. We got Highway 15 right here. So I'm going to draw this here. I'm going to say 15. I-64 is right here. Okay, 57. Okay, so those are some of the major roads. We also have 142. Again, I'm Da Vinci here in this case. 142. We also have 242 as well. Coming in. I know, a little bit off, but you get the gist. Start circling communities. There's Waltonville right here. This is Nason. Mount Vernon. Let's see. This is Bluford. This is Bell Rive, Doggett. I'm going to circle those two and keep those two. They're pretty close with each other. Belle Prairie City. This is Wayne City. This is Fairfield right here in your top right. Mill Shoals over here. This is Highway 45, by the way. Here the tornado sirens going off. And the tornado siren going off in Fairfield. Probably hearing it right now if you're still up with me. Tornado siren going off here in Fairfield. I can hear it. Radar indicated rotation. With the cell, we'll see what the latest is. Catherine, I'm hearing the same thing. Tornado siren, yep. Those of you that just joined me here, time right now, 12:33. Tornado siren being activated here. Still going to be on here with you all. And again, if I have to take shelter, I will have to take shelter here. Again, if you recall from earlier this week, remember the storm that hit Orlando, Florida? Remember that weatherman, the forecaster, that meteorologist was live on the air? Had that tornado coming in on the tower cam there, on live tower cam, telling his co-workers to get to shelter. You guys saw that earlier this week. I've seen it happen in other places, and so I was going to say, if need be, I will have to take shelter here, but I'm going to stay with you guys. So here's the cell right here that is on the back door of Wayne County, already impacting Jefferson County, Benton, leading edge of this one, Christopher, Elkville. Also, if the stream goes down, if the internet goes out, I will tell you that right now. So, yeah, Thomas, I'm hearing the sirens too. And probably people waking up and wondering what's going on. Well, we got some activity down to the southwest. Time right now is 12:34. We'll zoom out a little bit, show you the big picture here. A line of strong and severe storms racing across Illinois into southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas. I'm going to draw here. Be Da Vinci again. Here's Fairfield right here. This is Wayne County. I'll draw outline Wayne County if I can. I apologize if it's not the best, but it's Highway 45. This is 15. This is 64. So this right here is Wayne. I'm going to draw a big W right there for Wayne County. Fairfield's right here. We got Wayne City. We got Keens over here. Sims, Wayne City over here. Sisney up here. Mount Airy. We also have Golden Gate. We have a storm over in Jefferson County. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Radar indicated. Radar indicated tornado warning for Jefferson County. Yep, people saying sirens going off. Heard that. No warning yet for Wayne County at this time. However, though it's the middle of the night, and severe weather is out there. For 100 devices logged in. Thanks for joining me here. So this is the situation. Again, we're keeping an eye. The storm that we're keeping an eye on this area right here, this cluster right here. This is the severe storm that's coming in. We've been tracking it now for the past few hours. I want to pull up something real quick. Someone's asking about tornado sirens. Now, tornado sirens are not activated or controlled by the National Weather Service. Typically controlled either at the city or county level. So, again, I always say I have multiple ways to receive information. So, right now on social media, I was on TikTok. Thanks, David. I didn't know if I was on TikTok or not. I didn't think I was. Thank you for confirming that. Hope I sound good on there, by the way. Also, right now, again, social media, the radio. Thanks for joining me here. If you just happen to join in, we're going to zoom out a little bit. So that's the situation. We're going to go ahead and zoom in. Just want to show you the big picture here of what's going on. So Fairfield again, for those of you that maybe are just waking up, may heard the sirens wondering what's going on. Here's Fairfield right here. Keene, Sims, I went in Wayne City. And I'll draw a little WC. That's more like a VC, but that's fine. We'll go along with that. Barnhill's over here. Mill Shoals, Springerton. Hearing some rumbles of thunder. We'll take a look at the cell over at Mount Vernon in a moment. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. There's Mount Vernon right here, getting clipped right now, getting hit. We go over here. Radar indicated. Let's see if there's a new update on this. Time right now, 12:38. Again, that radar indicated tornado warning in effect until 1:15. And we're going to go ahead. Let's take a look here at the velocity data on this. I'm not seeing anything at the moment that jumps out of me. But again, this is the nighttime, folks. This is the nighttime where even if you have a storm that has rotation, again, can briefly spin up a tornado. We are looking at this here in terms of the radar site. We're looking at this at the Evansville radar site, which is doing a fantastic job. And I'm not seeing anything. Let's go take a look at the correlation coefficient. We'll see if there's anything at all that stand out. We did see some CC with some of the storms earlier, and I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me. But again, it's nighttime. Tornadoes are difficult to see. Let me go ahead and pop up here a graphic that I used earlier. Go ahead and bring it back up here on the screen. I want to go ahead and show you guys this here. Again, why are nighttime tornadoes so dangerous? Again, they're difficult to see. Again, many people are asleep at night, not paying attention to the weather. People who only rely on sirens for alerts will not hear them since they are inside. Some people silence or turn off their cell phones at night. So nighttime tornadoes are dangerous here. Again, nighttime severe weather safety tips. Again, since we're in the overnight hours. Check the latest weather updates. We'll check out the Jefferson County storm in just a minute. Again, plug it and turn on your NOAA weather radio. Charge your phone. Keep it charged. I got my phone charged right here. I've got my stuff packed outside the camera. If I have to take shelter, I will. Have a sturdy pair of shoes, clothes, and jacket in your shelter area. Let's go back to the radar. Keeping awake by Celsius and bottled water and ginger ale. A weird drink combination, I know, but it's helping. No coffee yet, though. No coffee yet. I'm trying to find my mouse cursor. If I can pull it up. There it is. I lost it right there in the shuffle there. Tornado warning, radar indicated still for Jefferson County. Last update. Still some old information right there. But again, let's go ahead and zoom in. And then we're going to go ahead and take a look here at the velocity data on this. If we got any rotation over in this area right here, again, that's a big word if right there. But again, there was some radar indicated rotation with this. So Mount Vernon, we're going to zoom in a little bit. There's Mount Vernon. So there's the city of Mount Vernon. This is 57 over here, 64. They split right there, just north of there. This is 57 coming down. This is 64. We got 142 going into Mount Vernon. We got 148 going down. We got Highway 15 right here. This is 15. And so this is Jefferson County underneath a radar indicated tornado warning. Hopefully we'll have some new information soon on this. Fairfield, you're over here. Going to zoom out a little bit for a moment. Mount Vernon's right here. Fairfield, you're right here. Wayne City, Sims, Keens, you guys are right here. Golden Gate, over here in the eastern Wayne County, Mount Airy, northeastern Wayne County, Johnsonville, Sisney. We got Barnhill, Mill Shoals, Burnt Prairie, Springerton, Enfield, McLeansboro right here. These are the locations again. Zoom out a little bit. We're the high velocity data radar. Look at, see if there's anything correlation coefficient wise. I'll play this here for you. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me at the moment with a CC. But again, sometimes when you have these brief spin-ups of tornadoes, I learned this from Wayne Hart, a friend of mine years ago. He said, sometimes, you know, when you have radar and those brief spin-ups can be hard to detect by radar. So again, as we're live streaming here, thanks for joining me here on this Saturday morning. I know some of you are probably awake, wondering what's going on. Well, we got some storms coming in from the southwest, Jefferson County, underneath the radar indicated tornado warning. Again, at 12:20, last update, severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over DuQuoin, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. That was at 12:20. Time right now, 12:43. This warning, radar indicated warning for Jefferson County, going on now till 1:15. So again, right now at this time, Blueford, that's 2 minutes away from you. It's already impacting Mount Vernon. It's already impacting Cesar and Red Lake area. You also have, it's already impacting Bonnie, Bell Rive getting closer to you, Nason, Ina, Waltonville already approaching I-57. Radar indicated tornado warning. Okay. By the way, guys, appreciate your updates here, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Radar indicated threat. Someone says sirens going off in Sisney. I appreciate that update. Thank you. So again, tornado warning, radar indicated threat for Jefferson County. So if you know people over there, take cover now. Call them up. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. Protect yourself from flying debris. Radar indicated, but this cell has had a history of producing tornadoes. So we actually just saw one of the tornado warnings being dropped right there. Got a little cell developing over the Centralia Walnut Hill area, just a little cell right there. Keeping an eye on that right there for you. And it looks like right now this time Mount Vernon, kind of like the heart of that cell moving over. Okay, tornado warning for McLeansboro. Tornado warning for McLeansboro and Benton. This just came in. It's radar indicated. Let's go ahead and get right on to it. National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning. Southeastern Jefferson County, Hamilton County, and Franklin County until 1:30. At 12:44, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Ziegler or near Christopher, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation, impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Benton, West Frankfort, West City, Vallejo, Rend Lake area around 12:50. McLeansboro at 1:10. In case you're wondering what time it is, time right now, 12:46. Other locations impacted by this tornadic storm include Dahlgren, Orient, Ewing, Belle Rive, Buckner, Macedonia, Hannaford, and Belle Prairie City. This includes I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 62 and 80. So if you are, again, if you know people or if you are in southeastern Jefferson County, Hamilton County, Franklin County, radar indicated tornado warning now in effect until 1:30. So again, it's a precautionary preparedness action. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Let's go ahead and close out of that. That one just came in. Still no update on the Jefferson County storm yet. Let's take a look here at the velocity data from the Evansville radar site. We have anything of rotation be in this area right here, rotation wise. We'll see though, not the most impressive couplet I have seen of the night. I've seen some other couplets that were stronger. For those of you that have been watching this live stream throughout, you may remember Perryville, for example, how that one looked nasty on radar. But again, if there was any rotation, though, within the cell, I would say in that area, especially right here in this part, as I'm going to pull up the high-res reflectivity, would say about here in this area. And it kind of rides along the middle right there if you think about it. As for the storm for Hamilton County, I want to go ahead and talk about that one. We'll take a look here at the velocity data on it. This one right here, about Christopher Ziegler area. On that one, knocking on Benton's back door, moving northeast. And let me see here. Radar indicated tornado warning for Hamilton County. Not really seeing anything that jumps out at me. Just kind of playing this here a little bit. And looking at the CC, the correlation coefficient, I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me for the Jefferson County storm either. Still strong nonetheless. Okay. The Jefferson County storm, you just now saw that here, folks. If you just happen to join me here, if you just happen to tune in, Storm right here. No tornado warning. Okay. Let's see. There may be an update. Okay. PDS tornado warning. This just came in. At 12:46, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Ziegler or near Christopher, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a PDS tornado warning. Radar indicator rotation, damaging tornado. And this is for, again, for Hamilton and Franklin, southeastern Jefferson counties. And again, this is damaging tornado, large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Ziegler or near Christopher, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. The tornado will be near Benton, West Frankfort, West City, Valier, and Ren Lake area around 12:50. Time right now is 12:50. McLeansboro at about 1:10. So if you know people in McLeansboro, tornado warning, PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Other locations impacted by this tornadic storm include Dahlgren, Orient, Ewing, Belle Rive, Buckner, Macedonia, Hannaford, and Belle Prairie City. This includes I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 62 and 80. As a precautionary preparedness action, to repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is developing. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Tornado radar indicated, PDS tornado warning, hail about 3/4, but the damage threat considerable. You see it at the top of your screen. So again, tornado warning until 1:30 for southeastern Jefferson, Hamilton, and Franklin counties. And again, I repeat, at 12:46, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Ziegler or near Christopher, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. If you know someone in that area, if you're watching me here on the live chat, and if you're in those areas, take cover now. Again, the hazard is damaging tornado. And again, this tornado, time right now, 12:52. Benton, West Frankfort, West City, Valier, Ren Lake area, McLeansboro, around 1:10. Other locations impacted by this tornadic storm include Dahlgren, Orient, Ewing, Belle Rive, Buckner, Macedonia, Hannaford, Belle Prairie City. Let's go ahead and zoom out here. And we're starting to see a little bit of that hook. We're starting to see a little bit of a hook within that cell. By the way, no warning yet for Wayne County. No warning yet for Wayne County. As we're taking a look here at the velocity data. Again, as I mentioned earlier about the rotation, right there in this area, this is McLeansboro. This is Benton. This is Dahlgren. This is Ewing. By the way, this is Thompsonville as well. We're going to highlight some areas here. I am hearing some thunder outside. I did hear lightning here. Stay with you all the way. We've got Highway 14 coming down to Benton. We've got 142. This is McLeansboro right here. Again, Pablo Picasso in action. 142 down to the south. Belle Prairie City, Delafield, Dahlgren, Belle Rive, McLeansboro right there, MCL, right there is where MCL is at. This is Ewing. This is I-57 coming down. West Frankfort over here. Benton is over here. Dale, by the way, over here, you're just outside of the tornado warned area, but I still would take cover in Dale though. Just to be on the safe side. Nothing wrong with that. But again, rather be safe. But again, this is a PDS tornado warning for Hamilton County. I'm going to go ahead and see here. This is observed. Let's take a look at this here. Okay. This right here. This is reason why. This was at 12:46. This is 8 minutes ago. Again, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Ziegler near Christopher, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Law enforcement confirmed the tornado. So again, you can see why they issued that PDS tornado warning for Hamilton County. Law enforcement confirmed this tornado. It's on the ground. It's chugging along to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, McLeansboro, as I mentioned in the prior PDS right here, 1:10 a.m. Again, this is observed. Folks, this is the real deal. This is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. It's on the ground, considerable. The damage threat is considerable. And this is nighttime again. This is where tornadoes are hard and difficult to see, but there is confirmation that this tornado is on the ground. And by golly, if you know anyone again within Hamilton County, if you know people in McLeansboro, Dahlgren, Belle Prairie City, those that live along Highway 14, those that live along Highway 142, Delafield, Braden, Aiken, again, got to at least call them up here if you know people in that area. Again, time right now is 12:55. Okay, siren stopped at Mount Vernon, according to a report. But I tell you what, folks, this is, again, a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation. Let me go ahead and see if I can find anything on the CC here. We've had some correlation coefficients over the course of the night. And this could be it. Let's see. I want to go ahead and play this. Let me zoom out a little bit more. This is in the middle of the screen. Go ahead and play this here. Okay. Yeah. If you see right here, that sticks out at me. You kind of see right there. It's right there about the middle of the track. Stop this. Play it again. And I'm going to draw here a little bit. So as you can see, it's going right here. Right there, moving northeast. So maybe going this way a little bit. So that is the CC, the correlation coefficient. Talked about Ziegler right there. Christopher, it's kind of going this way, actually. Let me go ahead and undo that. But still, though, again, as I mentioned, again, main event coming through. And already, again, let's go ahead and take a look at the high res here. Just want to take a look at the high reflectivity. And you can see right here, you got a little bit of a hanging appendage right here. You kind of see that. This is the part of the storm right here that I'm concerned with. This right here is the storm, the part of the storm I'm concerned with. Over here in Nason, for example, you guys are getting some heavy rain, maybe some thunder and lightning. But it's this part right here that has me concerned. Let's take a look here. We'll zoom out a little bit. By the way, Wayne County, no warning for you. Okay, radar just got updated. Okay, there's Benton. Let's see if there's an update on this. Radar indicated. Let's see. Bear with me as I'm kind of flipping back and forth a little bit here, folks. I just want to kind of look and see if there's any more information being updated on this. Time right now, 12:58. Okay. Again, last update, 12:46. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Ziegler near Christopher, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. PDS tornado warning. Law enforcement confirmed the tornado. And again, right now, time right now is 12:58. Let's see if there's any more information on this. Okay. McLeansboro around 1:10. So that same information that we read here regarding what was going on down there at Ziegler area. This is for, again, for southeastern Jefferson, Hamilton, and Franklin counties. Again, 12:46, last update. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Ziegler near Christopher, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. PDS tornado warning. Take cover now if you're in those areas. Damaging tornado is the hazard. Has been radar indicated at this time. Again, your life-threatening situation, flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So again, McLeansboro around 110. Other locations include Dahlgren, Orient, Ewing, Bellrive, Buckner, Macedonia, Hannaford, Belle Prairie City. We'll take a look at the interstates and highways here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and draw here once again. We're going to zoom in a little bit here on the cell, and let's see if there's an update on the velocity data before I continue on. Okay. So this right here. This is the where the storm is at. So here's Benton. There's still City. Okay, that warning, that tornado warning that was for Ziegler and them, that's been dropped. Christopher is right here, by the way. This is Highway 14 to McLeansboro. We got 142 up here. I-57. Again, I apologize for the lines here, but I'm just helping you get a little bit of a sense of what's going on here from a geographical standpoint. Thompsonville, you're right here. This is West Frankfort down here. Aiken is right here. Macedonia, you're right there on the county line pretty much. Here's McLeansboro over here. Whittington, Ewing, you guys are up here. This is the part of the rotating part of the storm. And we're going to go ahead and zoom out a little bit. And we're going to go ahead and also, I'm going to look at it here and see what the correlation coefficient shows. Let's go ahead and go back to reflectivity. I want to see if they updated any warning information. Okay. They have not yet. Okay. As I mentioned earlier here, folks, I want to say a big thank you to our law enforcement out there, EMS, local first responders. Appreciate all that those guys do for us. Storm spotters as well in the area, having eyes to the sky there like the boots on the ground for seeing what's going on. We have the radars here. I mean, you look at this, you kind of see this little hanging appendage right down here near the Benton area. But if you look at the velocity data, this is what Doppler radar is all about. Kind of slices through the storm, tells you, where the rotation is. Let's go ahead and back out. I want to check and see Dongola, Vienna getting underneath the tornado warnings down there, radar indicated. By the way, for those of you in Wayne County, no warning. But for Hamilton County and also Franklin County as well as southeastern Jefferson, this is the warning right here in our area that's a focus. Starting to hear some rain pounding my house. Yep, I can hear it. Okay, so again, the focus here is Benton. Focused on this part of the storm right here. This is where we're focused at. Ewing, Benton area. Logan. Again, this is moving. Let me go ahead and put a storm track on this here. Let me look at the data. And again, how far was it traveling? 55 miles per hour. Okay. So I'm going to put a storm track about right here. We're going to say about this notch. Go 55. Calculate that. Okay. Macedonia, 10 minutes. Time right now, 1:03. Delafield, 18. Diamond City, 19. McLeansboro, 20. Piopolis, 21. But again, this is the part of the storm right here, that southwestern corner of it, that I'm concerned with as well. Piopolis, 21. Belle Prairie City, 23. Thackeray, 25 minutes away from now. Ayden, 29. Enfield, 31 minutes. Springerton, 32. Milshaw's 35 minutes. Barnhill, also 35 minutes. And let's go ahead and see here if there's an update since reflectivity. No new update yet. But we still got to treat this seriously. All right, this came in for the National Weather Service. It's nighttime. Tornadoes are difficult to see at night, low visibility. You can only see a tornado by way of the lightning as well as the power flashes. And right now here, folks, if you're just waking up, time right now is 1:04. We're riding this storm out together. Wayne County, by the way, we hope that the tornado is lifted in Hamilton County area. We hope. There's Wayne County right here. There's no warnings out for you yet. Tornado warning watch box goes over here like this. If I'm Milshoals, Springerton, Burnt Prairie, Enfield, I would definitely be keeping an eye on this thing for sure. Again, it's the same cell that has prompted tornado warnings in Missouri. Okay, there's updated information. Tornado warning radar indicated. This just came in for the National Weather Service in Paducah. Let's go ahead and read this information. Tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 for southeastern Jefferson, Hamilton, and northeastern Franklin counties. Time right now is 1:05. At 1:04, just a minute ago, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles northeast of Benton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Radar indicator rotation. Radar indicator rotation. The impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. Time right now is 1:06. McLeansboro is still showing a time of 1:10 for you. Other locations impacted by this tornadic storm include Macedonia, Belle Prairie City, Dahlgren, and Ewing. So again, as a precautionary, preparedness action, take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is for southeastern Jefferson, Hamilton, and northeastern Franklin counties in southern Illinois. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. I want to mention this for Carbondale area. So a little bit down to the south there of Carbondale. We could see perhaps areas like North City, Carmi, Harrisburg get impacted by this a little bit later on. But for our area, so for those of you that are new to the live stream, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, I will show you where home base is. Fairfield, Illinois, that's the home base. And this right here is a tornadic warned storm. Not far away from us, McLeansboro, about 30 miles away from Fairfield. And so this is what we're focusing in on here. No warning yet for Wayne County. But again, radar indicated rotation. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the storm. We're going to zoom in a little bit tighter. Again, this is the part of the storm right here that we're focusing in on right here. So there's Macedonia. This is the county line. So there's Highway 14. There's McLeansboro over here to your top right. Here's 142, 242, 57 to the west, by the way. Here's Benton. So that is the situation regarding Hamilton County. Take a look here and see velocity data. If we have any rotation. I talked about earlier about that little appendage, a little trying to form like a little hook sticking out. Be right there in this area, right there on Highway 14, right about getting closer to the Macedonia area. So starting to get closer and closer to Hamilton County. It's just a few minutes away from entering Hamco, actually. So far, no warning of any kind yet for Wayne County. Keeping an eye on the storm down there in Hamilton County. But again, if you know people live in Enfield, Springerton, Mill Shoals, even Barnhill as well, I will advise them saying, hey, got a storm here that just produced a tornado in the Benton area, in the Christopher Ziegler Royalton area, Ziegler Christopher area. So we saw that not too long ago. And again, I talk about these storms here. I mean, these storms can drop down tornadoes. They can go on for a little bit. They lift up. They can drop down other tornadoes. So it's like a cycle here a little bit. There's a rotating right here. This is the rotating part of the storm right here, moving this way. Keeping an eye on this here for you. I'm going to go ahead and see here. I want to check out something. I'm going to go back a little bit. Analyze this again. I'm going to go back a few more frames than this. Let's see. 50 may be a little too much, but I kind of want to see. There's a correlation coefficient, by the way. Kind of see how it really was, see how it was just really formed near the Christopher Ziegler area around Benton. We're not seeing quite the same signature CC-wise, but again, we just cannot let our guard down. We cannot let our guard down right now at this moment. And again, you kind of see it right there. There's Dahlgren right here. You have a little hook. You have a little hook right there. So something trying to get going in this area right here. Velocity data. You can kind of see it right there again, little right there. So that is where the rotating part of the storm is. Let's see if there's any update here. I know we had that update earlier. So this warning remains effective until 1:30. Time right now, 1:11. Again, tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 for southeastern Jefferson, Hamilton, and northeastern Franklin counties at 1:04. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles northeast of Benton, moving northeast at 55. It's radar indicated tornado warning, but again, we saw this thing. We saw that cell drop a tornado in the Ziegler area. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes would be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Time right now is 1:12. So Dahlgren, Ewing, that area, as this cell continues to move over to the northeast. My live feed is being flooded with questions here. I can tell you that much. I mentioned earlier in the live stream, I won't be able to get to all of them, so my voice is starting to give out as well a little bit. But hanging out here with you guys, keeping you informed what's going on. I want to zoom out and take a look at the big picture for those of you that may have just joined. This is what we call the main event. As you can see right here, widespread, going all the way up here. It goes further than that up to the north, but watching a line of strong and severe storms impacting southern Illinois, starting to move into Indiana a little bit near the Terre Haute area, extends down the Boot Hill, Missouri, and into Arkansas. And our focus right now, for those of you that are new to the live stream, Fairfield is right here. This is home base. McLeansboro, 30 minutes to the southwest of us. We've got a storm that has shown tornadic activity. It did produce a tornado that was confirmed by law enforcement on the ground in the Ziegler area. And this cell is moving to the northeast. McLeansboro, you're right here for now. But this is the area right here that it's got a little hook with it here. So again, keeping our eyes to this, guys, keeping our eyes to the radars. One thing for sure, though, too, in the days ahead, given how this is a widespread event, I'm not talking just Paducah, but Lincoln. I'm talking about St. Louis, the National Weather Service sites. Given how there's been tornadoes that have been confirmed on the ground. It's going to take some time for them to do like an assessment of reports, collecting, gathering reports and data as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that in the days ahead. Again, this is a severe weather event. I'm not talking just Southern Illinois here, but this is a weather event that many lives have been impacted by this. There are some lives that have been forever changed. And so again, the main event coming through here, staying here with you guys until the threat has passed. And again, I apologize if the power or internet were to go down in advance, but we're riding out this storm together. All right, McLeansboro, let's see if there's an update on this here. So far, time right now is what, 1:15? So far, radar indicator rotation. And again, given the history of the storm, it could produce another tornado. It could produce another one. So conditions are still favorable for that. Also, let me go ahead. I want to pull up something here. I want to see here. And I apologize for this because for some reason, I was trying to bring over the PDS Tornado Watch. And so far, it won't let me go over here. Okay, people reporting some power out south of Fairfield. 45 south. Okay. Still have power here, folks. Let me go. I want to go ahead and see. I want to see if I can pull this up here. Give me a moment here, guys. I want to see here. I have a moment. Okay. I got some information here for you about Wayne White. This is the Wayne White Electric Co-op, the outage map. Farrington reporting about 98 out. Field 2, Hickory Hill 30. Number out, Remind 6. So that number could fluctuate. That number could change. It's going to go into Wayne White Electric Cooperative. Still got power here, guys. All right. Again, if you guys have power out again, keep me on your phone. Again, multiple ways of information. Turn me up. We're going to provide you updates. The cell right now, no warning yet for White County. No warning yet for White County. No warning yet for Wayne County. Keeping you informed of the storm here. Okay, we're starting to hear some reports of sirens going off in some communities. Someone reporting Albion. We're starting to get a flurry of reports here, folks. And so, again, keep me on loud, all right? So, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here shortly. Still the same information. So right now, the heaviest part of the storm right now is over Belle Prairie City. It's the heaviest part of it. Fairfield's starting to get some customers without power, all right? McLeansboro right here. This is Mill Shoals, Barn Hill. Fairfield is up here. This is Sims, Wayne City, Keens. You guys are up here. You're on the northern part of this cell. Delafield, Piopolis. We got Dahlgren as well. We're going to go ahead and take a look here at the velocity data here on radar. If we have any rotation, it's right about the Piopolis area, Belle Prairie City area where the blues and the greens are meeting up a little bit here. Okay, starting to get some people reporting some power out. Again, keep listening here, guys. We're riding this out together. I'm here with you all the way until the main event is done and over with. Time right now is 1:18. Okay, Piopolis Bell. Okay, we just got a warning. Warning's been issued. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for northwestern White County, southeastern Wayne County, southwestern Wabash County, Edwards County, northeastern Hamilton County. This just came in for the National Weather Service in Paducah until 2:15. At 1:17, a severe storm was located 7 miles north of McLeansboro, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. The hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gust. Radar indicated threat. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Burnt Prairie, Browns, Keensburg, Springerton, Grayville, Belle Prairie City, Golden Gate, Mill Shoals, Bone Gap, Belmont, Albion, McLeansboro, Fairfield, and West Salem. This includes I-64 in Illinois between mile markers 96 and 128. As a precautionary preparedness action, remain alert for a possible tornado. You guys have been with me here for a while on the live stream. We saw what happened in Ziegler, all right? We saw how this same cell produced that tornado that was confirmed by law enforcement in Ziegler. But again, at this time of night, when visibility is low, a brief tornado can spin up. There's the possibility of that. Again, tornadoes can develop quickly from severe storms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. And for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And again, a tornado watch is in effect until 3 a.m. for us here. I want to go ahead and mention that also, too, regarding the tornado watch, Jefferson County still underneath the tornado watch. Let me go ahead and I need to refresh this here. Let me refresh this here. Okay. Jefferson County, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, Clay, Richland, Lawrence, Hamilton, White, Saline, Gallatin counties. Guys are still underneath that tornado watch until 3 a.m. Okay, that's still in effect. All right. Okay, let's see here. Again, tornado possible. Maximum hail size about 3/4 of an inch. Maximum wind gust 60 miles per hour. Okay. Again, remain alert for a possible tornado here, but again, severe thunderstorm warning. And we're going to zoom in a little bit here. We're going to zoom in a little tighter. And the yellow polygon area. Okay, we're going to draw here. Here's Fairfield. Here's Golden Gate. There's Albion. There's Browns. There's Belmont. There's Bone Gap. There's West Salem at the top of the screen. There's Keensburg. Highway 130 cutting through Albion, Grayville. Here's Grayville right here. Here is Route 1. Here is I-64. I'll try to draw within the yellow shaded area. Highway 45, just north of Enfield. There's Springerton. 45 cutting through Mill Shoals, Barn Hill, all the way to Fairfield. This is Highway 15 right here. 45 going north. Already hearing the wind outside already here at my place. Highway 15 right here. We got 130. Now, I apologize if my drawing is horrible, but at least you guys are getting a visual of what I'm talking about. What areas here? So again, Burnt Prairie, you're right here. Mill Shoals, Springerton. I'm using the velocity data as well. Still got a little bit of rotation over the Piopolis, Belle Prairie City area. There's Ayden. There's Barn Hill. Sisney, you are outside the severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. You guys are outside of it, along with Wayne City and Keens and Sims. But Fairfield, Golden Gate, Albion, Browns, Bone Gap, West Salem, Keensburg, Belmont, Grayville, Burnt Prairie, Mill Shoals, Springerton, Ayden, Belle Prairie City, Piopolis, McLeansboro underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. So, okay, some people still have power. Some people do not. Okay, for those of you who do not have power, stay with me here. We're gonna go through this together. That's the high velocity data. Let's take a look at the reflectivity data here. This is the cell. Seeing the purples here north of Belle Prairie City, or they're on I-64, right about the exit, the McLeansboro Wayne City exit. Fairfield right here. I know there's a lot of reds and purples and yellows. Sims, Wayne City. This right here is the is that yellow polygon area. So we're going to stay focused here on this yellow polygon. So this is the yellow polygon severe thunderstorm warning. The red is a tornado warning that is still for Hamilton County. Let's see if there's an update on that. I want to check and see here. Radar indicated this one expires in 7 minutes. We haven't received an update since 1:04. And time right now is 1:24. Also, too, guys, by the way, good idea to check up on your friends and relatives. Good idea to check up on them as well, and elderly as well. Check up on people. Yeah, people reporting still having power. Okay, I'm starting to get some updated numbers here. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. This is from the Wayne White Electric Co-op site. I'm sorry if you guys have Ameren. I do not have Ameren updated data. Pull this up here for you. This is the latest update. So right now we've got about, if you look right on here, and for some reason I apologize, I cannot get this thing to scroll down, but it tells you how many people are without power at this time. Number of people out so far, about, we'll say about 3,889. Number of people out. See the number of people served as well, about 16,796. And the percentage of out, that is 23.15. Again, that's according to Wayne White Electric Co-op. It's on their website. I'm sorry, I do not have Ameren's numbers as well. But that is an update regarding the power situation from Wayne White. We'll go back to the radar here. Let's take a look at the cell. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity data. With like a broad rotation perhaps over at Belle Prairie City, Ayden. The thing with storms is if you have broad rotation with them, it's hard to drop down a twister with broad rotation. I've seen it before in the past. It has to be really tight. You have to have like a tight couplet. And this, to me, again, just to kind of say here, again, if it's broad, it'd be hard to touch down. But if that couplet's tightened, then that's when you could actually have it touch down. We're going to go ahead and take a look here. I'm not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient that stands out to me. Getting some reports of hail south of town. By the way, guys, too, if you, for those of you that safely, I encourage you to safely do this. One of the ways about hailstones is that if you have a hailstone, maybe there's one that lands near your door. I'll tell you what, kind of compare it to a quarter, kind of compare it to a nickel or dime. I know that the meteorologists love that stuff. In fact, we had a hail report earlier. For those of you that just joined me on the live stream, we had a hail report outside of our area of hen egg plus size hail. That is crazy. This is the situation right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northwestern White County, southeastern Wayne County, southwestern Wabash County, Edwards County, northeastern Hamilton County. Until 2:15, if you just joined me at 1:17, this was 10 minutes ago. A severe storm is located 7 miles north of McLeansboro, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is a hazard. This is a radar-indicated threat. The impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. I am starting to hear some hail outside my house. You may be hearing it on my microphone as well. And by the way, I do not have a tower cam, but I wish I did. Locations impacted include Burnt Prairie, Browns, Keensburg, Springerton, Grayville, Belle Prairie City, Golden Gate, Mill Shoals, Bone Gap, Belmont, Albion, McLeansboro, Fairfield, and West Salem. This includes again I-64 in Illinois between mile markers 96 and 128. And again, it does have a tornado possible tag because this cell has produced tornadoes in its history. But so far, tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, but the National Weather Service has included that tornado possible tag with it. So again, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe storms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. And for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. Starting to hear reports of hail. Strongest part of the cell right now is in this area right here. Here is Fairfield. Here's Golden Gate. There's Barnhill, Mill Shoals, Burnt Prairie. I'll just cluster you three together. There's Springerton right there. Belle Prairie City. And here's McLeansboro. McLeansboro will have a breather from now. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the velocity data. Start to see a little bit of rotation with it. Near the Aden area down there in the bottoms. Barnhill, Mill Shoals. Here's Fairfield over here, by the way. Keeping a close eye on this sale. Springerton, you're down here. Mill Shoals, Burnt Prairie. Okay, we just got an update. Let me clear all this off. Use my pen tool here. Here's Barnhill. We're just south of Fairfield.